For every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden, and this is December 13th, YC 124. The Yule season is getting cold, but the war zone is hot. Let's go ahead and check it out on the Eve Universe show. Hey, guys. Oh, good. My camera's all dark again. Hold on. You're going to want my camera live. You're going to want my camera for what I've got to show you. All right. I've talked about these dudes long enough. This is your special thing for those. This is only for those people who show up early. I don't think this is going to end up in the main video or whatever, but there's been, yes, it is an Algos. There's been some talk because I got a new pet a couple weeks ago, a couple of new pets, but I haven't been able to show you guys, you know. My cat mauling me was a regular feature of the stream back in the day, but these guys don't do that, so they've gotten a little bit less attention. But I just wanted to let you guys meet. Oh, the chroma key is gonna freak out. This is Mini Guinea, my little guinea pig. Hold on, let me turn off the chroma key real quick. All right, ooh, let's look behind the magic. Oh, hold on. Can I do a face thing? Is this going to show a whole bunch of my stuff? Nope. 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 Whatever. Close enough. Here we go. Ah, there's Mini Guinea. Or no, this is Midnight. He's kind of adorable. He's an albino. And this is Mini Guinea. This one's my son's. So, no, I don't have a. I got the cat. The cat went away, and I just got the guinea pigs now. But what's the T-shirt? It's what is it? Guardians of the Galaxy. No, I used to have rats. Yep, they're sitting on my lap. So now I have to go take them back to the cage, which is why I haven't really shown you guys that very much, but. When I get back, then we will talk about the news of the day. Glowy demon eyes. Yeah, Midnight has these awesome red eyes because he's an albino. All right, hold on. I don't have anything to put on for you guys while I'm gone, so we'll just have to deal with it. All right, I'll be right back. Gotta put him away. Yeah, cat. No, my cat in particular wouldn't have been great with guinea pigs. That's true. All right. Ah. All right. Now that we said that we can do, now that we can say that we've done that, let's move on to important things. Okay, so while we do have notes about we do have information about the winter event, and we are going to talk about those. A big thing about today is, well, the winter event doesn't start for another couple of days, so I wanted to use this opportunity to finally go and do some of the faction warfare stuff, and maybe do some instructional stuff involving that as well while we are here. But let us begin with patch notes. So today we got a new patch. It's the big one. Yeah, The winter event starts on the 15th. Is my chroma key just like... Yeah, that's terrible. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix that a little bit. Just don't lean all the way back, I guess. Okay, so patch notes. There's a lot of things here. Some of them big, some of them small. Actually, I'm going to move it over here. There we go. That looks clean. Okay, so this was the patch for today. We kind of saw some of this coming and some of it we didn't. So let's go ahead and jump into it. First things first. Can you guys hear the dog barking? I don't think so. Okay. Add a new sound effect for when a rare event takes place on Upwell hangars. Cool. Change the way that depth of field works in hangars. Depth of field now has its own rendering toggle under the effects and display in graphics settings. Depth of field is no longer automatically on when post-processing is set to high. Depth of field now has a greater strength and modified by camera distance from your ship. I did notice this today. If you notice that, like, what I've mostly gotten out of this one... Oh my god, there's too much stuff going on my screen. Hold on. If you look here, like, the background is super blurred out to the point where, like, even if I zoom in, you can see, like, a blur around my ship even when it's close. I think that they should probably tweak on this a little bit more since it's just always blurry. And I don't know if I always want my background to be blurry. I even did, like, a field of view zoom thing where you can go like that, holding control and zoom to kind of change your field of view. And that just makes it even more blurry. So I'm not sure if that's exactly what they were looking for or not, but you can... I assume change that. Hold on, what was the effect? Depth of field. There's no depth of field here. Oh, there it is right there. Got it. It's just a checkbox. So if I uncheck this, suddenly all the blurriness is gone. Okay, whatever. Fine. Might want to like a slider on the severity of depth of field, but whatever. Fine. Although, now that I've checked it and unchecked it, it might not be as bad. I don't know. Whatever. Do I have clear vision? Exactly. Yeah, that's right. In fact, that now I want it so that if you put on those glasses, then it automatically turns off field of view. That would be the, or depth of field rather. Okay. There's been a few more rare events to the Upwell hangars. Cool. The salvage wreck objectives. Hold on. Salvage wreck objective will now behave. Oh, this new player experience, right? So there's improvements, little tweaks, improved guidance. I like this. Aura will now suggest that you check out the air career program while doing industrial jobs. Will prioritize informing the player if their ship is incompatible with the recommended fit before informing of the mission modules. Aura will reference a missing module by its specific type name instead of generically mentioning that something is wrong. Aura will now inform the player if they do not have the recommended ship, i.e. Adventure, for the 4th Industrialist career mission. Characters will now be gifted a mining laser upgrade, swapped the reward overdrive injector system for damage control 1, swapped the gifted dual light beam laser for Gatling pulse laser, swapped light electron blaster for 75 Gatling rail for the Caldari, added a reference and pointer link to this. Here, I like this one. I was actually just bitching about this last week. Added a reference and pointer link to the scanning basics video within the help section of the agency to the 3rd mission exploration video mission. One of the things that ticks me off is how few people actually reference these videos in here. There are these awesome videos in the client.
Time to start breaking open those containers.
There's these great videos, and you can link them. You can drag and drop them to link them into chat, and then people still link the out-of-game. I've watched ISD link the out-of-game version of these videos rather than linking the in-game resources, which makes me sad. So I'm glad that finally the tutorial like actually links them to these videos, because the problem with scanning in particular is that scanning is one of those things that like it's so hard to explain in words. Oh my god, I didn't even show it. These tools in game. I get so mad that people don't show these tools in game that I cover them up with a website. Anyway, so scanning is one of those things that like I could spend 100 words trying to explain to you how to do the scanning process, but a 20-second video is going to show so much better, right? Although I really wish it also showed things like double clicking and stuff. But my point is that these videos are very useful. In particular, since we're here, I want to highlight in the combat mechanics section, there are these new amazing videos about how the different combat mechanics work, including tracking, as well as optimal range and fall off. So these are awesome, awesome videos to show off to newer players. Newer players should, in fact, get rewarded for watching these videos, I would say. Anywho. Don't touch the industry vids. There isn't that many as far as the industry. I think that they could add some more industrial videos, personally. But either way. Some of those are kind of more advanced. Back to patch notes. Improve the completion message for the final mission in all career paths. Each now suggests trying the other career agent paths within the station. The Enforcer suggests Sister Genevieve Epic Arc. Good. Soldier of Fortune suggests Faction Warfare. Good. Explorer suggests combat anomalies and signatures with the Exploration Industry tab. Good. Industrialists provide suggestions for mining agent missions and pointer links to agency tab. I think this is a really good example of where we conflate resource acquisition with industry, and this ends up confusing a lot of newer players. So I'm not 100% keen on this. I really wish that they taught, if you want to mine, mine. If you want to build, build. You don't necessarily need to do both. They have two different skills, but whatever, fine. Producer Finale now suggests trying mining agent missions with a pointer link to the agency tab. Entrepreneur Finale now suggests trying distribution agents with a pointer link to the agency tab. Neat. Tweaked various mission messages to improve clarity, improved existing and adding additional highlights. Characters with one of the appropriate skins already injected will now be eligible for the personalization introduction experience. I'm very interested in, like, so they gave out this thing so now that if you get 750 points within the Industrial Career Center, there's this whole event where Iris gives you a Plex, and you go in the store and you pick out one of the skins for one Plex. But if you already had 750 points, this is not triggerable at the moment. So I believe that CCP is going to make these available to everybody in some other way. But yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that we couldn't go through it ourselves. But also, I've heard that Iris isn't even voiced during that section, so I'm not missing too much. If I really wanted to do it, I could go back through it and do it with a new character. To encourage further growth of the ramping capital manufacturing, we're easing the bottleneck of T1 industry. We're also addressing the developing lower profitability of T2 resource harvesting. Added 4 new asteroids that have been discovered, each focusing on providing a high amount of a regular resource. Megasite, Zydrine, Pyrite, and Isogen. We've been talking about these things since last week. They're in Type AO blue star systems in null security and wormhole space. Additionally, these new asteroid belts may appear in high security 0.5 systems bordering low security systems, and null 6 systems which border low security space. This wasn't the way it was when we saw it on Singularity. We're going to have to check to see how it is on Tranquility. We're going to have to see whether or not, like, our systems, like Valor, for example, has these sorts of things. These new sites, by the way, are in fact just a normal beacon. So, like, for those of you who are used to nullsec, those desolate asteroid belts, it's just like those. It's just another landmark in space at this point. New filters have been added to the Paragon Loyalty Store, which I think is good. They added a search bar, which I thought they already did. Filter by faction, filter by hull size, filter by corporation and or alliance logo, so you can be. This is good because I accidentally bought the wrong one once. Like, I bought the alliance logo when I wanted the corporation logo. And filter out acquired emblems. That's good too. Greatly improved the leave fleet option by adding an exclamation point to it. Yes, that's the only thing that was wrong. We added the ability to have multiple overviews. We're going to be looking at this today. This is, I cannot believe how big of a deal this is. This is a huge, huge, huge change, and I can't wait to be digging into that in a few minutes. We've added a setting that allows you to change the size of the margin and header on all windows. This option can be found in the general settings of the settings window. We'll play with that a little bit. Hold on. Let's do that right now. So if I go here into the general settings, I can see there's transparency and light mode transparency. And set the window margin size to compact on all windows. Can I just do that? Is that done? Are we done now? Well, compact now gives an estimate. So is this like double compact now? Disable compact mode. Okay. But if I turn this to auto, does that change this at all? I think that looks bigger, right? Hold on. That, there's like a most of a square of padding. If I go here and turn it to compact, there is no longer most of a square of padding. Okay, well, it's not a huge difference, but I'm going to have to go close my window now. Hold on. Okay, so I mean, you know, they're working on it. They're working on it. I think this is better. The fact that I can see my estimate on compact mode. Hopefully that's true about looting too. That made me really frustrated. Next. We've updated the security colors. This is actually pretty cool. Some people are joking around about the fact that nullsec is now purplesec, but they've done this now twice, trying to make the colors distinct enough that it's easier to tell the difference between a low security and a null security and a high security or whatever, especially for people with color blindness, so they need very distinct colors. To put that into perspective, let's just go to JITA. And then we'll go to BTAC R 5RB. Well, close enough. We can see there that we have our dark orange for low sec, light orange for some of low sec, blue to green for high sec, with blue being the top color, and then this purple being null sec. We've added an auto UI scaling option in the UI scaling. Not sure what that does per se. I have a... Oh. Yeah, okay. So the UI scaling drop-down now has an auto option. We'll have to play around with it to see if that does anything useful. We've updated the scroll bar in the Photon UI. The scroll bar is now static and no longer expands and collapses when hovering over it. Thank you. It's the little things that count. That always ticked me off. Yeah, I can scroll things easily now. Great. We've added a window resize indicator that shows if a window can be resized. These indicators now show when hovering over the edge of a window. That really feels like the kind of thing that should have already been there. The close button and minimize button are now present in the header when a window is in compact mode. Great. It used to, yeah, that's great. The close window, blah, blah, blah. We've added a new setting which allows you to change the transparency of windows that are set to light mode. Man, last week I was getting so ticked off because my windows kept on being reset to being light mode, and so I couldn't see them. Why did they change the colors? Because deep dark red of nullsec and the dark red of low sec were basically the exact same. So they took the highest end and turned them blue, and took the lowest end and put it like into a deep purple. So that way, overall, there's more distinction between the colors. The inventory window now has a stack all button. Oh, hey, there it is. Hold on, check it out. So now up here at the top, we have a stack all button, which is pretty cool. That's sweet. I like it. Again, little things that count. All of the settings related to chat channels have been moved to the chat window option menu to the top right corner next to the minimize close buttons. Cool. Whatever. Streamlining it UI is always fun. Fixed an issue which caused NPC infection warfare to attack their own supply depots. Thank God that got fixed. That was the most dumbest fucking bug that stuck around for the longest time. Try the sort button. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Updated erroneous respawn timers on a number of invasion sites, which caused them to respawn much earlier than intended. This, I believe, is the thing that's got everybody in Pochven freaking out. Can anybody verify that this is the only note about this? We can keep on going and then come back to it if we want to. I believe that this is the note that everybody's got, like, losing their mind about. But we'll get there. If not. Your prediction on nullsec orders was correct. Which one? Fixed an issue that caused damaged hulls to appear extra shiny in some cases. That's pretty funny. The Harbinger now looks like it should while it's using the Yule Star skin. Yeah. Graphics stuff. I don't know if anything there is worth... Depth of field now has the correct distance blur, which is extreme, apparently. Blah. Just a little visual stuff. Fix an issue which could result in the RMPE becoming stuck. Or Aura would tell the player to return to the agent. Blah, blah, blah. All new stuff. Corrupted files in the resource cache are now being handled more gracefully. Cool. Planetary interaction and counter surveillance system agency finders now work correctly. That's probably good. Oh, yeah. No, that wasn't me predicting it. That was me reading the world news. So, actually, it was a little bit different because we thought that they were only going to appear in nullsec. But if they're coming in the 0.5 systems in highsec as well, then that's pretty slick. It's now possible to move the hacking window by dragging the top of the window. That's probably good. Little bugs. Standing indicator icons that chat member lists are now correctly aligned. Who cares? Little, like I said, lots of little UI and other bug tweaks. Some of them bigger than others. Okay, so then that is basically the big one right here, right? Like, the rocks are new. That's a big thing. But also this updated erroneous respawn timers. this is one of those funny things that's like, oops, that like, I've noticed this now, that there's been several times that CCP has come out with a very controversial update, but made sure to frame the update, even though it sort of came out of the blue to the player base, frame the update as a fix to a bug rather than a nerf to a system. I don't know if this is on purpose. I can't even remember the other example that's coming to my mind, but like, it's interesting where they're like, oh yeah, they were respawning wrong. Not we slowed down the respawn timer, but we fixed the glitch, as it were, if you've ever watched Office Space. So what does this really mean? In Pochven, there are, well, actually, in Invasions altogether, there are 2 different sites, really 3, that are kind of like the creme de la creme of the loot of the Invasion world. There is the 2 Dreadnought sites, the Observatory Flashpoints, and the World Arc Proving Conduit. Now, the World Arc Proving Conduit and the Triglavian Observatory Flashpoint are both targets for Edencom allies, right? The World Arc Proving Conduit appears in Pochven, and the Triglavian Observation Flashpoint appears in Edencom Minor Victories and Fortresses, and the Flashpoint provides the pieces to build the Zenitra. The World Arc provides really expensive Zoria and Velez faction loot and officer loot, as well as a whole bunch of money. So the Triglavians, the pro-Triglavian forces, have one site, which is the Edencom side of the Observatory Flashpoint, excuse me, which spawns in Pochven. Now, this has been a point of contention for a very, very long time. If you guys remember seagulling becoming a big thing, that was because of these observatory flashpoints, right? Other people would come in and tag the site and then hang out way far away from it in order to get the credit for the completion of the site and make a ton of money off of the backs of the people who were running the sites. Eventually, they managed to fix that by making the payout be much more closer to incursions, so that way only the team that is like doing the most good gets all of the reward. But we still have this problem where the pro-Triglavian forces, they're incentivized to basically lock down Pochven and then just run these dreads for as long as they want. And these have become kind of a flashpoint of activity. But overall, they're kind of just like seen as the reward for living in Pochven. There have been null set groups that have been coming in from time to time to take over or try to deal with Pochven in various different ways, either for routing to get access to these sites, etc. And the most recent iteration of this is the Horde SIGs that have been coming in and trying to dominate Pochven for some time. Now, what this change actually does is makes it so that rather than the Dread site respawning instantaneously somewhere else in Pochven as soon as it is defeated, it now takes about an hour for them to respawn. And this is the nerf heard round the Pochven. Oh my god, it's over. This is the only reason why anyone ever came to Pochven. It's ruined. All right, here's what I have to say about this. First of all, and some of this is going to be super spicy, warning, and caveat, I don't live in Pochven. I have things to say about Pochven, but I don't actively live in Pochven because I've got too many other things to do in too many other places in space. I don't get to choose my game time most of the time. So while I would love to, I don't at the moment. But I do know a lot of people who do. And this is what I got to say. I see people on Reddit right now pearl clutching that, oh, they ruined Pochven for all of the people that live there. This is why you want to live there. Except if you listened to that entire explanation, you may already be sussing out what's wrong with this argument. The issue is that Horde the nullsec group was occupying Pochven enough to control and exploit its resources. So if you really want to say that a group was hurt by this, it wasn't the Pochven natives. It was the people who were coming from outside of Pochven, who were exploiting Pochven on the backs of those who lived there. Now, did this create a lot of fights? Very possibly. Did this create content for people? Absolutely. But you know what? Pochven has always had more content than people want to give credit for. This doesn't change anything. And who knows, more things could always come in to make Pochven more interesting. The fact that these one sites were being farmed for ridiculous amounts of ISK, being lauded as some sort of like positive thing for Pochven, I think is absolutely ridiculous. And to think that that is the reason why Pochven exists is so that you and your little nullsec group can come in and farm easy ISK and shit. Well, guess what? In my opinion, that was never the point of Pochven. So we'll just have to see how this continues to evolve over time. It seems to me like people are like the idea that these groups that come in and exploit these resources are the ones creating the content, right? That this is the good thing that's good for the game. It's yet another group that is doing things to the detriment of other people, who then, when their gameplay gets disrupted, act like somehow this is going to kill the game because they're being stopped personally, as if their personal gameplay is the savior of EVE Online. Frustrating to me. And if I'm wrong, and there's somebody who lives in Pochven who wants to come and tell me that I'm wrong, I'd be fascinated to hear about it, because that's just my initial blush about the situation. And maybe this is my own bitter frustration from having to deal with the player base for the last 2 years as everybody like naysays and shit. But yeah, that's kind of what I feel about this. I think that Pochven will continue to be an interesting and exciting place that has plenty of reasons to be there. However, I will point this out just because I have to. Every single time we seem to have a problem in Pochven, it's the same fucking thing, right? It's these goddamn flashpoint sites. And here's the thing that pisses me off about it. The reason why we keep on having these problems isn't because of seaguling, isn't because of SIGs, isn't because of nullsec, isn't because of respawn timers, isn't because of any of this. It all comes down to one fundamental mistake that CCP made at the very beginning of the formation of Pochven and has never fixed it since. And every other fix has been a stopgap measure against that, which is they put the sites in the wrong places. They got them backwards, okay? The pro-Triglavian ship, the Zernitra attack that is fought by Edencom, should be in Pochven. It is in Pochven that the Trig are setting up their observatories that are defended by a Zernitra, and that Edencom needs to break into Pochven to end this process by destroying the Dread and disrupting the solar observatory. Whereas the Triglavians should have to break into Edencom fortresses and Edencom minor victories in order to defeat Edencom observatories on Edencom stars defended by Edencom Dreads. This would require that both forces have to leave their home in order to go to the other side in order to run their sites. Both sides now need to invade in order to do the highest end tier content. Now, as it is, the actual way to do it is to lock down and fortify Pochven by the people who are inside, try to close down the holes or whatever, in order to be able to run the sites in quote-unquote relatively safety, because the sites are in their home. They should have to leave their home to do the best sites. That would have fixed all of this. All of it. There wouldn't have been a seaguling problem if it was Edencom that were having to invade in order to do it. There would not have been a... even if the Horde Sig came in and it was the Edencom sites, that would still be more consistent, because now the pro-Triglavians are simply interested in disrupting their efforts, not necessarily taking it from them or feeling like they're having the sites taken from them by the invaders, because their job as members of the pro-Triglavian Subornos Kybernauts isn't to run a bunch of sites and make a bunch of money. Zoria Triglav didn't exhort them to be glorified by increasing their ISK reserves. Zoria Triglav exhorted them to be glorified by extirpating the interlopers, right? So, yeah, that's just, I guess, again, my opinion, and whew, all right. Was that enough? Did I? It'll be interesting to see how this goes. But I guess the bottom line is that when we see all of this complaining and drama that's spawning up, the thing is that Horde is very good at propaganda and messaging. They have a lot of people and they say a lot of things. So just because somebody is the loudest voice in the room does not make them right. We'll have to see how Pochven continues to advance, but Pochven is for the Trigs. That's a spicy meatball. I know, right? Okay. On that note, I think that's it for the event, or for the patch notes. The winter event. The winter event is coming. We talked about this a little bit last week, and I have a video that came up about it. Really, all we learned today is nothing new, right? All we got is a confirmation of everything that we already knew. So from the 15th to the 3rd, we will be having the winter event. We have the volatile ice storms. We have the filaments that lead to those volatile ice storms. There are 13 days of rewards. There's a skin that shows you how many days are left in it. We've got our new Aurora Universalis skins, an expert system that lets you mine, the ice mining stuff for the event. There's 13 days of login rewards. There's, oh wow, we're getting 20,000 Evermarks as part of our login rewards. That's new. 500,000 SP, and, you know, whatnot. If you log in all 13 of the 19, or 13 out of the 19 days of the Winter Nexus. There's going to be the Chilling Spree, Abyssal Proving Conduits, 100 new, 186 new ships, so over almost 3 times as many ships are going to have, they're going to increase the number of ships by 3 times, so it'll be 3 times as many ships will have them, almost. Which includes all remaining frigates, destroyers, and cruisers of all tech levels. That's a big one. Tech 1 mining barges and exhumers, and all non-capital industrial ships. Remember that as an Omega, you get even more Evermarks for every Paragon agent mission rewarded. And you get up to 20,000 Evermarks during the 13 days of Nexus. Photon new UI updates, which again we've looked at. We're going to continue to look at. Updates for the new players, which we talked about, and the new ore, which we've talked about. So all of those things, there's videos on my YouTubes for you to watch about all of those. Okay, also, we did get a confirmation about something that isn't necessarily great, which is that Luminaire Polaris skin that we were jonesing on. At the last second, when we were looking at them last week, I was like, oh shit, these could be part of a Plex package. And lo and behold, they are. So for the 1,000 Plex package, which should be like $50, right? Maybe 40. I can't remember how much a 1,000 Plex package is. Then you'll get the Phantasm, Barghest, and Nightmare skin, with smaller packages being for the smaller ships, which is, we're just going to go with unfortunate. It's obviously working out for them. I wish upon wish that I could spend Plex in the store to be able to get the package too. That's all. Um, In-game will also be providing irresistible winter Nexus offers, including the Yule Storm Chaser pack from the 16th to 21st of November, which includes 3 months of Omega time, Yule Star skin for the 3 Sisters of Eve ships, plus men and women's Yule Storm Chaser suits. I already have the 3 Yule Star skins for the 3 Sisters of Eve ships. Oh well. Other Yule Star skins will be 20% off from December 15th to January 3rd. Yule Star skins are pretty cool. I call them my Christmas sweater. Ugly Christmas sweater. For a limited time, any purchase that you make on the Eve merch store will come with a free bundle of the Rourke Aurora, Gila Aurora, Jackdaw Yule, and Oracle Yule skins. 1,000 Plex is $45. There you go. And that's it for the holidays. So this is kind of odd. They usually don't reveal this stuff early, but this starts in 2 days if you're watching this live, or Thursday otherwise. I think that's it. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if you guys can hear, but there's like tons of... What is going on? Hold on a second. There we go. It's like a weed whacker or something outside. Yeah, unfortunate. Exactly. All right, I'm going to play a quick ad, and then we will jump into faction warfare stuff. Now I get to be very boring, so that way everybody can watch their ad. This grinder activated. Wanted to say that your content is a big reason why I've gotten back into the game after 2 years. Your lower speedrun vid was fantastic. Yes! Yeah, if you like premium, show it off by liking the stream. Show off how cool you are. Are we back yet? Are we back? Bueller? Bueller? Okay. Oh. Okay. So, today, I would like to talk to you guys about faction warfare. Give me a second. I want to fix my mic real quick. Okay. Yeah, the depth of the field got pretty extreme. That's true. Okay, we are removing waypoint. Remove waypoint. Let's talk about faction warfare. There's been a lot of people talking to me about this, a lot of people asking questions. I've been doing faction warfare for quite some time, and so I wanted to give some time to digest some of the details about it. I kind of have, and it's time for me to start talking to you guys about how faction warfare works, why you should get involved, what it really is, etc., and how to be successful at it. So, to begin with, I am currently in the system of Fleet in the Federal Defense Union. In order to join faction warfare, you must do so one of two ways. You can either join any corporation or alliance that is inside of faction warfare. If you're watching this sometime next year after the allegiance system has been put in, this requirement may have changed. But as of the time of this recording, in December of YC 124 to 2022, right now you have to be in either a player corporation or alliance within faction warfare or within the militia corporation within faction warfare. So If you are joining a player group, then all you have to do is join the player group just like normal. Although you must understand that once you join faction warfare, you will be hunted down and considered an enemy by the NPCs within the enemy-aligned faction high-sec space. So if you're joining Gallente faction warfare for some reason, you do so while you're still in Jita, you're going to have like a death run to get out. So make sure to move to the location or whatever that you want to end up in when you're in faction warfare before you join the faction warfare corp. If you are joining a faction warfare group, the NPC corp, then you're going to need to dock up in a faction or in a station that is owned by the faction that is in faction warfare. So, for instance, you would need to jump in a Gallente station. I don't think you actually need a strictly speaking Federal Defense Union station to do it, but yeah. Either way, there are actually two different windows that are available to you to give you information about faction warfare. Within the agency, under encounters, we have the faction warfare section, which gives us information about the way that faction warfare works, how to enlist, all this stuff, and lets us look at the faction warfare systems that are available. You can use this from anywhere while on any team. So you can look at any system and see what plexes are available, its contested status, etc., etc., all from the comfort of your station with different settings, just like anything else within the agency. However, there is a new window, which is this one. This one allows us to visually see the war zone much more clearly. Now, this is basically the point of faction warfare. Effectively, in 2008, in YC 1110, in YC 110, the empires began to descend into war during the events of what's now known as the Empyrean Age in the Empyrean Age books. The short of it is that it was decided by the empires that rather than fight the war themselves, they would agree to fight for the contested territories via proxy war by the various by players, right? So this is why faction warfare is the way it is. We are effectively privateers paid for by the empires to control the territory between between the empire space. So the Caldari Gallente war zone has a little bit over 1.5 times as many systems as the Amar Mimitar war zone does. It used to be twice, but Celis Agard, the Bull Cut Butcher, managed to take a bunch of systems for the Gallente permanently, taking them off of the war zone. So as you can see, the Amar Mimitar war zone is still smaller as far as systems go, but not as much as it was before. Now, system ownership is controlled by player activity, and there are 3 different kinds of systems. If a system is adjacent to if a system that is controlled by your team is adjacent to a system controlled by the enemy team, then both systems are known as frontline systems. So any system that is adjacent to an enemy system is considered a frontline. This also means that if, for instance, one of these systems, like let's say this system right here, Ikoskio. If Ikoskio was to be taken by the Gallente Federation, if this entire area was taken by the Gallente Federation, this system would continue to be a frontline system, because this Samanuni system, even though it is a high-sec system, is a Caldari system, which means Ikoskio can only ever be either Caldari controlled or a frontline system. Likewise, if you come down here to the system of Old Man Star is adjacent to Valor, which is a high-sec system. Therefore, even if this entire area was taken by the state, Old Man Star would always be at least a frontline. Okay, so there are some systems that will never be something other than a frontline. Now, if a system is adjacent to a frontline, but not adjacent to an enemy system. So like this, like Tama right here, like Suj is a front line and Nisso are both front lines. Tama is not adjacent to Anato, Oin, or Naga, but it is adjacent to Nissoa and Sujirento. Therefore, it is what's called a command operations system. So if you're adjacent to a front line, one of your own front lines, but not an enemy system, then it is a command outpost. And if a system is more than 2 jumps or 2 jumps or more away from the nearest front line, then it is what is known as a rear guard. Now, each of these types of systems have a different effect. For example, in a frontline system, both sides of the war can dock in any stations, okay? In any of the NPC stations. However, in a command operations or a rear guard, only the owning system, the owners of the system, the owning forces of the system, I should say, can dock in those stations. So if I went to Nissoa, for example, I would be able to dock in any stations that happen to be there. But if I went to Kadama, I would not be able to, okay, as a Galente guy. Likewise, as they're fighting over Oinasaiken, they could dock in Oinasaiken, but assuming that there are stations in Abun, which there are not, then they would not be able to dock in Abun. They cannot dock in Fliet, they can't dock in Devon, they can't dock in any of these places down here, unless they are part of the Galente faction warfare or a neutral, okay? Now, certain sites only appear in certain areas. And we'll talk a little bit more about the different kinds of sites. But to suffice it to say, the combat plexes that we fight over appears everywhere. But the data sites that are used to hack to get the propaganda towers and the listening posts can only be found, in the enemy rearguard system. So if I wanted to get, if I wanted to get the pieces to put up Galente propaganda towers and Galente observation posts in order to help the Galente with their advantage, then I would need to go to Caldari rearguard systems and hunt for Caldari operation centers and hack their cans for Caldari information splices and decoders in order to transform them into those tools. And in fact, we can go to the loyalty point store here and see that in action. We have the Galente listening posts that are looking for decoder packages, and we've got the propaganda towers that are looking for the encoder splices, okay? The reason why these are important is because each system has a second stat beyond just the contested value, right? So Nissoa here. Nissoa is currently 22% contested. Nope, that's not true. Nissoa is right now 42% contested. My bad, 42.9% contested. However, it has 22% advantage to the Caldari. These are 2 separate stats, okay? So the Caldari have done 2% of objectives, but they have so many neighboring systems that they get a bunch of advantage just from that, right? So Nissoa, they own Tama, they own Kadama, they own Hiri, they own Natoros. And so all of these adjacent systems are pumping advantage into Nissoa for them. So they just have like basically by default, a 22% net advantage. Because the Galente only get a 10% and the Caldari get a 30%, plus the 2% of the advantages of the objectives that they've been doing. If we go to, Nenamelia, we see that the Caldari have 40% from neighboring systems, and the Galente have 10% from neighboring systems, but an additional 21% from completing objectives, okay? Likewise, in Oix, we have big difference, right? 76% contested, so it's owned by the Galente, but the Caldari are within 14% of being able to take this system, okay? If this gets to 100% contested, then that system becomes vulnerable, and they can attack the iHub within that system. If the iHub gets to 99% hull, it shuts down completely and flips over to the enemy side. It used to take downtime, but from my understanding, it happens immediately now. So this system is under great risk, okay? Meanwhile, the Caldari have put up 90% of the objectives. So they have 100% contested value right now because they're getting 10% from their neighboring system of EHA, and they're gaining 90% from completed objectives. Meanwhile, the Gallente have 10% from neighboring systems from this Valor bonus right here, but 78% from completed objectives, which means that even though the Caldari have done 90%, pushed it up by their objectives, they only have a net difference of a 12% advantage. So at this point, the only way for Caldari to increase their advantage within Oix would be to disrupt the Gallente advantage, which brings us back to these things here: the Gallente propaganda broadcast and the Gallente listening posts. The propaganda broadcast tower, when placed within a system, basically both of these things are effectively miniature rogue drone sites. So you drop this thing like rogue drone crab beacons. So you drop this thing, and rats start to attack you. They want to destroy it, and after some time, I don't remember the exact timer, I think it's like 30 minutes, the site completes, and it gives you points for your side. If you do a propaganda broadcast tower, it increases the advantage of your side, and if you do an observation post, a listening post, then it reduces advantage for the enemy side. Okay, so to bring this all together, if you're in Oix, right now, the Gallente could gain advantage by either running more propaganda towers or running listening posts to reduce the Caldari advantage. However, the Caldari cannot run additional propaganda towers right now because they've maxed out their advantage from that. The only way for the Caldari to gain additional advantage within Oix is to disrupt the Gallente advantage by either running these listening outposts within the system or hunting down the supply caches within those systems. See, there are more than one different kinds of site. So within these within the front lines and the command outposts, we see the spawning of supply depots, supply caches, and rendezvous points. All right, rendezvous points. When you defeat a rendezvous point, there are several waves of rats that come out, and then a final boss. Killing the final boss will increase the advantage for your team within that site. These must be scanned down. Meanwhile, on the other side, supply caches and supply depots effectively function as quanta of advantage. So if you can hunt down and destroy your opponent's supply depots and supply caches, you will reduce the enemy's advantage. So right now, for instance, in Oix, it would be a good idea for there to be probers in Oix and in Vlil hunting for Gallente supply depots and supply caches in order to destroy them to lower Gallente advantage. Running the Gallente rendezvous points would do nothing for them because they already are maxed out their advantage. However, Gallente running Caldari rendezvous points would be advantageous to them because then it would increase their own advantage. Meanwhile, they can also run the supply caches and supply depots. Really, it would be the supply caches because the Gallente are considered the Caldari are considered the attackers here to reduce their advantage. Why do we want to do all this? Well, when a site is completed, when a normal Plex, combat Plex is completed, your side gains a certain number of victory points, which pushes the system further towards your side of the contested. So if you're attacking, it pushes it towards 100%, which is vulnerable. And if you're defending, it pushes it down to 0% or stable. Now, the advantage system provides basically a modifier that controls how much victory points you gain for the same action. All right. So if a Gallente, or like right now let's find a more obvious one. So right now in Evelon, it's a 33% advantage to the Gallente. So if a Gallente and a Caldari were completing the exact same sites, beat for beat, the Gallente would pull ahead because the Gallente will get more per site completed than the Caldari are. That's what the advantage system does. Not as individual. Oh, it's 10 minutes for the sites. Thank you. Plus the pauses for rats. That's right. It's basically a novice complex. So what this is saying is that you as an individual do not necessarily get more rewarded. You don't get more loyalty points for completing the sites with more advantage, but you do make more progression in the war zone. Okay, for war zone control. Now, in addition to propaganda towers, listening outposts, supply depots, supply caches, rendezvous points, and operation centers, which we've all talked about, there is also battlefields. Battlefields are these immense battle sites that appear every 3 hours and will only appear within frontline systems. They alternate between Caldari and one side versus the other. So it'll go, a Caldari one in a Caldari held system, then a Gallente one in a Gallente held system. The battlefields are in these massive, like 150 kilometer wide zones, maybe even bigger than that, with 3 control points and a landing point. You're basically, each of those 3 control points are basically like a mini Plex, where you want to defeat all of the enemies within that area and then hold it with your own dudes for long enough. And when all 3 of them are completed, then the site is completed. They can take some time. There has been some concerns about seagulling and other people like coming in and just getting the rewards without necessarily doing anything. Recently, this led to CCP nerfing the value of these sites, but there's still a lot of discussion about the rewards for these things and whatnot. So I'm not going to go into too many details of the exact details about these rewards because they're kind of in flux, but just realize that the battlefields do still provide a very significant loyalty point bonus for the people that participate, as well as a victory point and advantage bonus for the side that wins. So battlefields are incredibly important to go after, and they, like I said, they occur every 30 minutes, and they are the kind of things that people organize fleets to go deal with, which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of glad that they slowed down the pacing of it, because if you think about it, what they really were asking was, in order to properly deal with the war zone, we would have to have a fleet go and do these things every 2 hours without fail, round the clock, every day for all of eternity. Now it's every 3 hours. It was every 2 hours. So a little bit of a reprieve. It's not the end of the world if you don't catch every single one of them. And it's now every 3 hours instead of every 2 hours. But with it being every 2 hours and it being as significant of a change as it was, it basically was essential to be ready every single one. And remember, this is one of the big things that people don't get about faction warfare, especially if you've been in nullsec. In nullsec and in highsec, you have the protections of your time zones, right? People can't attack you when you tell them that they can't. Sure, nullsec has a bigger window of opportunity than, say, highsec when it comes to when your structures and system can be attacked. But it's still, you get to choose when you want to defend your system. And outside of that world, you don't have to. In faction warfare, it is round the clock. If you do not have time zone coverage, you don't have anything. So, in that way, faction warfare becomes even more hardcore than nullsec stuff, but it's also performed by a much more loose conglomeration of militiamen. So it is different, but if you actually care about the war zone control, that is a huge consideration. And so, like, I remember I was talking to the people back when battlefields were first coming up, and I was like, how are we going to be able to deal with this every 2 hours? Like, how are we going to run across the whole battlefield? What if there's a front line over on the east side, and then there's a battlefield up on the west side? Like, what are we going to do? And people were like, well, we can just bridge them there. And I was like, are your bridge titans going to be available every fucking 2 hours for anyone who wants to come? No, they're not. So, like, this is a real big puzzle, and one that, like, the militias will continually have to deal with and reinvent solutions to. So, this is kind of a big piece of what EVE Online is about, is like solving these kind of big problems. Either way, here we go. So, we've talked a lot about the Warzone control. We've talked a lot about the big picture. Let's talk a little bit about why we want to do it. All right? Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to join Faction Warfare? And more importantly, what will you get out of Faction Warfare by doing it? Well, unlike a lot of other game styles, we don't get just raw ISK thrown at us very often. There are Faction Warfare missions, but I actually recommend against those for the most part. Some people like to say that Faction Warfare will ruin your standings. Being part of regular Faction Warfare will not ruin your standings. Just running Plexes and doing war zones and stuff like that will not ruin your standings. Missions will ruin your standings. So keep that in mind. That being said, the main reward is loyalty points. You will get loyalty points for running any Faction Warfare complex in a command outpost or in a frontline. And frontlines are worth 50% more loyalty points than command center or command outposts are. So if you run a Plex in a novice Plex in a command outpost, then you will get 10k LP. If you run it in a frontline for the exact same site, you'll get 15k LP. Okay. Now there are two different kinds of sites which we'll look at. One of them splits the reward among everyone who's inside, and the other one gets a maximum amount of reward for per person. Therefore, will reward maximum or full amount for up to 5 players, encouraging people to team up together in order to run those sites. So either way, you run the sites, you gain LP. You then come here and you can buy things. You can buy Navy cap boosters. You can buy data cores. You can buy implants. Like, for instance, I never worry about 3% implants, guys. Like, to me, a 3% fitting implant is a blank clone. Why? Because I buy them for, let's see, 603. The CPU is 10,000 LP and 10 million ISK for the CPU efficiency 3%. Likewise, the power grid and all that sort of stuff. So fitting implants and other implants, very, very nice to get here. Data cores will often sell, but they go up and down depending on things. In addition to that, we have naval equipment. So we have Navy items like plates for the Galente and Navy ammunition. Ammunition is another one of those good sellers, right? If you want to keep a good eye on everything, you're actually going to want to go to the Fuzzworks LP store. Fuzzworks has an LP calculator. You can just go here and look up whichever one you want. So I can go to the Federal Defense Union in this case. And you want to check blueprints, and we'll show why. And then go to sell prices. And then we can see, okay, well, oh, shoot, I wasn't showing it. Let me go back. So here's the Fuzzworks LP, here's the Fuzzworks page. You go to LP store. You select your corp of choice. In this case, I want Federal Defense Union, and I do want blueprints. And I hit sell. Here we go. So your instinct would be to hit the ISK per LP and find the biggest one, right? Ugh, hold on. So your instinct is to find the biggest ISK per LP, right? So here, oh my God, holy shit. 19,000 ISK per LP? Sign me up. Oh, wait. The problem with this is that it's got a 5% volume. I don't actually know exactly what the 5% defines as. If somebody wants to give a definition in chat, that'd be great. But the way I look at this is how much actually is being bought and sold of this shit, right? How many of them are on the market? What is the 5% of the volume that's on the market? Why they choose 5%, that's the part I don't know. But what this is really suggesting is, sure, you can get 19,000 ISK per LP by spending 1 million, 2,000 LP and 1 million ISK to plus this item, which costs less than 5 million. So for 6 million ISK and 2 LP, you can get this item that's worth 43, almost 44 million ISK. That's ridiculous. But the issue is that, like, the real question is how many people are buying low-grade spur deltas, right? How many people are buying low-grade spur alphas? Now, if you manage to collect, build a whole set and sell them on the market, sell them as a contract, then maybe they'll sell. But the issue is that this is worth so much because they don't sell very much. So just because you see a really good ISK per LP doesn't mean you want to just cash in all of your fucking LP on it. In fact, I would go so far as to say, if you're getting LP in any amount at all, you're not going to want to cash out on any one thing, okay? If you want to maximize your value. All right. Next. Wait, what? That info is very unclear, the standings part. Bufu, if you have a question for clarification, I'd love to, or I'll dig into it for you. So we're going to actually look for something with a pretty decent number. Now, this obviously 15,000. Holy shit, 15,000 5% at 7K ISK per LP. That's amazing. But let's remember that 5,000 charges is one set. So 5,000 charges is 1,600 LP. So if you run one of the smallest plexes in a front line, then you will already have almost enough for 10 sets of this. 50,000 rounds of ammunition, when only 15,000 of it is at the 5%. So this is good. You can sell them, but it's not going to be, this isn't a very efficient way of cashing out massive amounts of LP. I do this based on the volume being sold. I funded most of my faction warfare activities, selling Hurricane fleet issues and Stabber fleet issues, and heck, exactly, yeah. So optimally, you're going to want to use this to get your first impression as to what you want to do, but then go to the markets yourself and look at what markets are selling what and how fast they are selling. Now then, now we're getting into the good stuff. Now we're getting into the juicy stuff, right? Moros Navy issue blueprint. 1 million LP, 6,000 ISK per LP. I don't think this is right. I think that there's other problems here when it comes to the cost of these pieces that may not being estimated correctly. But we're already starting to see that right now, the big winners are the blueprints. And this is why we showed blueprints in it. Let's explain why this is. So, for all of Scarcity, basically, one of the very first things that they did in Scarcity was bottleneck specifically capital production and faction production. Faction and pirates, right? And the way that they did it was the introduction of the exploration and faction doodads, okay? Going back here for a second, we have... For those of you who don't know, this is reinforced carbon fiber. Reinforced carbon fiber is the new titanium of EVE Online, okay? Now, for those of you who don't know, with all of the high-sec moon mining and new reactions and people complaining about the new industrial changes that came out about a year ago, this is it. This is like the crux of it right here. So, the way it works is this. We have these different materials: carbon fiber, organic solvents, and thermosetting polymers, plus a couple of others. All of these take the same four materials. We have hydrocarbons, evaporate materials. We have carbon fiber and, sorry. Yeah, carbon fiber and oxyorganics, thermosettling polymer. I think I've got them all. Maybe there's one that I missed. Whatever. Either way, this isn't an industrial training. All of those lead into carbon fiber, and carbon fiber goes into all capital part, or not all capital parts, but a ton of capital parts, plus auto integrity preservation seals and life support backup units. These two things go into every faction ship in the game, including Triglavian ships. Now, pirate ships require something extra, right? They made it so that pirate faction ships, like this Vindicator here, not only do they take the life support backup units and the auto integrity preservation seals and the core temperature regulators, which also requires reinforced carbon fibers, and pressurized oxidizers, which are also just kind of, they're basically like reinforced carbon fibers. They have the same inputs more or less. So they take all of that. This is the R4 reactionables, but you also see these trigger units. These trigger links take these Neuralink stabilizers. Neuralink stabilizers take, oh look, carbon fibers, oxidizers, and these gases. The gases are from, and these exploration doodads. These exploration doodads are gotten only in high-sec and low-sec data sites. This is why you still hear it today, people saying that relic sites are better than data sites. This is only true in null security and wormhole space. In high-sec and low-sec, data sites are better than relic sites because these things exist. You're specifically looking for info shards, which are one of the lowest tier data site cans, and they have a chance of dropping several of these. You can get up to 6 of these in a single can, and these things are worth quite a bit of money. I've gotten 30 million ISK in a single can in low-sec because of these fucking things, okay? So these things are very expensive. These right here are why, this is why pirate ships exploded in price, okay? And they were required for all faction ships, right? So the Vexor Navy issue, the Executor Navy issue, all these ships required these things in order to make on top of the R4 reactionables. However, you can actually get these things a second way, right? So let's say I need a Vexor Navy issue. I can get a Vexor Navy issue by getting a blueprint, and then I can run that blueprint and get a Vexor Navy issue. Or I can actually bring a Vexor with a special chip and transform it into a Vexor Navy issue. During the entirety of scarcity, this was the way that faction ships were made. This is why pirate ships exploded in value, whereas Navy ships did not nearly as much. But it made it so that pumping out these Navy ships was the way that we cashed out our LP. But when the Uprising expansion happened, 2 things happened. One, the LP cost for the blueprints was cut significantly. And secondly, these doodads, the actual exploration doodads that were required for faction equipment, was removed from faction equipment. Okay? So now, the only special thing that these faction ships require are the life support backup units and the auto integrity preservation seals, both of which can be produced solely from R4 reactionables, which are received from any high-sec or wormhole moon, plus also other moons also provide, you know, like even R64 moons will still have like some R4 in it, more or less, I'm pretty sure. So this has some basic PI requirements and some R4 requirements, but this is just a matter of like how fast you can crank it out, right? So all of this is to say that it suddenly went from transforming ships into Navy ships as being the way to do it, to suddenly being, now we build these ships. So when you're looking for what is a good ISK per LP reward, what is often true is these right here, the blueprints. Okay? If we go back to Fuzzworks, we'll see Federation Navy, Moros is good. Federation Navy Plasma. Okay, those are items. Dominic's Navy is almost 2K ISK per LP. Imicus Navy is 2K ISK per LP. Federation Navy Comet is 1800 ISK per LP. Imicus Navy issue is 18 ISK per LP. 1800 ISK per LP. Megathron Navy issue is 1700 ISK per LP. Federation Navy Comet is 1700 ISK per LP. Now, I personally believe that all of these numbers are still pretty high right now, simply because faction warfare has been so popular. Therefore, the LP has been flowing so heavily that causes a devaluation of the LP. I've seen most people offering somewhere between 1100 to 1200 ISK per LP for most things involving faction warfare stuff now. Yeah, suffice it to say, blueprints are good, or sorry, while implants, ammo, and that sort of stuff is really good to sell for faction warfare, these blueprints and the manufacturing of the ships they're in has become one of the best methods for getting LP. Cashing out your LP. An even better example would be probably if we head on over to the Caldari, which would be State Protectorate. This is also sell prices, so be aware that buy prices will obviously be very different. But here we got because the Caldari have been so overwhelmed by people farming, you can see the difference in their LP value. So Heron Navies are actually not great. Hookbills are not great. But here we go. Wait, hold on. Timeout. Oh. This is turning in the tag. That's right. There's another way to buy the blueprint, which is to get the tag. Right. So if you get the tag, that's not great. But if you get it with just the LP and ISK, you can see that, you know, the Heron Navy issue is 1500 ISK per LP. The Hook Bill is 1600 ISK per LP. Caracal's 1300 ISK per LP. Osprey's 1600 ISK per LP. So you can see that their numbers are lower than the Galente, but they're still hanging in there, you know. This is probably one of the best ways to look at getting your LP out. Now, obviously, if you want to fly these ships, this is one of the best ways of getting them. The thing is also for people who don't use alts, a lot of people base their prices off of JITA. I find it a lot of people who just start the game don't want to make alts to pursue JITA prices. That is fair, although I would say that you can also go to evemarketer.com. I keep on trying to put this in the emoji spot. You can go to evemarketer.com and check out all of the different places. So I can go Imicus Navy issue. No? Maybe I can't spell. Here's a Vexor Navy issue. So I can tell that, like, in the Forge, so in JITA we have it for 54K. In Amar we have it for 57K. In Dodixie we have it for 62K. Geez, we should probably supply that. And if we go down to Heck and Rens, we find all the way 69K or 69 million. Sorry, not K, million. Nice, by the way, nice. Heck is keeping it classy with the 69 million. Rens being 71 million. So the difference is that, like, you could sell it in JITA for 54, or you can sell it in JITA or in Heck for 69. Nice. So, you know, that's worth noting. Although the question then becomes how many people go to Heck or Rens to pick up a Vexor Navy issue. So a good balancing point might be Dodixie. You could sell them in Dodixie for 63, probably pretty easily, honestly. Nobody goes to Rens. Yeah. I like to make the joke that it's like, well, there's 5 trade hubs. You know, there's the for Jita, there's Jita for the Kaldari, there's Amar for Amar, there's Dodixi for Galente, and there's Heck and Rens for Mimitar, because Mimitar can't decide which one they want as their trade hub, so they've just decided to have 2 that suck. Either way. So cool. So there's plenty of money to be had. There's cool territorial warfare to go over. But Ash, how the hell do I do it? All right, let's get into the meat of this, shall we? Eve, especially older players doing industry to try to pursue the best price. But if you live in Heck and Rents to sell closer, and Rents people buy, sell, they're a good beat. But exactly correct, right? Like, what the key is, if you build near there, then it's local to you, and you can sell, and the people that are there will pay a premium. It's also very true, and I say this every single time, if you just go and stock Paragon stations with T1 frigates and destroyers, and mining barges if you want, put them in the Paragon station for 20 to 30% more than this trade hub is saying it for, and they will sell. Abso-fucking-lutely will sell. I promise you. I'll be the one buying them if nobody else does. All right. Volume is very important. Market graph is very important. That's absolutely true. And Eve Marketer does that. But my version of, like, for some reason my computer's been having some weird issues. So, like, I don't know if that will work for me right now. So I'm just not even going to show it. That being said, volume can be deceptive, right? Volume just says how much is being bought, not why things are being bought or not bought. So there's a lot of cases where if people can't go to the store and buy the stuff they need, if they can't buy the full fit that they want there, then they're going to go somewhere else. But if you start supplying it regularly on the market, then people will start buying it, right? Like, if you build it, they will come. All right. So, let's talk about Warzone control and sites. There are 3 different things to pay attention to when it comes to the site. Technically 4. There is which side the site is on, the size of the site, the type of the site, and the quantity of players that are allowed within the site. Let me change this real quick. Capture cursor. I always keep turning on and off the capture cursor based on whether or not I'm recording or not, because I don't want to get my cursor when I'm like recording. Just that's a good shout, Ash. Which one? Oh, the Mimbit. Yeah, that's true. Eve Marketer has been... I didn't know that they weren't getting updated. I also use Eve Appraisal a lot, and JEve Assets is #1, right? In fact, I'm actually going to go on a little bit of a tangent again and go Eve... If we go to our Notion... So here's the Notion. If you go to the Convocation of Empyrean side of the Notion, which should be aderon.org/COE, I think. Oh, shoot. Hold on. If you go here and then go down to Tools and Resources, which I'll link below, we have Magic 14. We have Essential Third-Party Tools, Infographics, Websites, and Discord servers. If you go to Essential Third-Party Tools, we see PIFA, JEve Assets, not sure, don't remember which one this, EveMon, and PIFA, or not PIFA, PELD, which is the damage meter. In fact, I need to turn that on. Hold on. Okay, so what I strongly recommend is JEve Assets. If you go to the page, it looks a little bit sketchy, but trust me, it's because people that build Eve apps are not necessarily UI engineers. But JEve Assets is incredibly valuable when it comes to keeping track of where your stuff is. It lets you find stuff no matter what account they're on. It lets you find stuff that is in a cargo hold. It lets you find stuff that's in asset safety. And it also creates a really cool history of your assets and your wealth for tracking purposes. Either way, cool. As I was saying, different kinds of sites. So right now we are in a system that is owned by the Galente. All right. Therefore, all of the sites are Galente sites, which means if I do these sites, the rat will be Galente. And since I'm Galente, that means I am defensive plexing this system, which means A, I don't need to kill the rat that's inside of it, so I can run any size plex no matter what. But B, I will receive a lower amount of rewards based on the contested value of the system. So for instance, this system right now is at 0.9% contested. So if I completed the site, I would get like 3 LP, and that's it, right? So the higher the contested system, the contested value of the system, the more defensive plexing will be worth. Offensive plexing, i.e. doing sites inside of an enemy-controlled system, will always be worth full value, all right? So that's the first word. The second word, we have scout, small, medium, large, and open, okay? Scout means frigates only, okay? Small means destroyers only. Medium means cruisers only. Sorry, yes. And large means battleships and below, right? So there's no battle cruiser down site. So you can get destroyers and frigates into a small. You can get all the way up to cruisers and a medium, etc., etc. Open has no acceleration gates, which we'll look into that later, which means anybody can get into them. There is no restrictions inside of an open. However, the entirety of these sites, all of it, in the inside and the outside, are dead space, which means there's no warping within the site, and notably, no sinusoidal fields within the sites, even the open one. So if you wanted to, you could bring a capital into an open, but you'd have to sino it somewhere else in the system and then warp it to the site, for example. Okay? Now, next, there is NVY or ADV. NVY stands for Navy, and ADV stands for Advanced. Navy means that only T1 and Navy faction ships are allowed in. This means no T2. This means no pirates. This means no SOCT. This means no Triglavians. This means no Edencom. Nothing. Just Federation Navy, Caldari Navy, Fleet Issue, or Imperial Navy. That's it. As well, and then there's the standard T1. What's important to note here is it does not matter what size the ship in relationship to the actual Plex for whether or not it gets in. In other words, this large Navy will only allow faction or Navy faction and T1 battleships and below inside of this Plex. A curse cannot get in this Plex. It doesn't matter. Now, in an advanced site, T2 are allowed within it. However, T3 is still considered one size bigger. So a T3 cruiser would require a large complex, whereas a T3 destroyer would require a medium complex, but they would still require an advanced. So a T3 destroyer would require a medium advanced as the smallest type of plex that would allow it in. And no Navy plexes will let them in whatsoever. Okay? So in other words, if you really, really, really want to maximize what kind of plexes you can run, you pretty much have to run Navy or T1 ships. Okay? The advanced ships are more for activities outside of the plexes. It's also worth noting that every battlefield, those largest sites with the big fights, those are always Navy. There is no T2 and there's no pirates allowed in any battlefields at this time. So, next, the last piece of information is this number, which right here we see all ones, right? We could also see a 5. It can be a 1 or a 5. What a 1 means is that the reward of the site is distributed evenly among all eligible members within the site, okay? So if I run a scout in a combat or in a command outpost, it's worth 10,000 LP. If I bring 5 people and complete that site, each one of us gets 2,000 LP. However, if this was a Scout Navy 5, then, and if I ran it by myself, I would get 10,000 LP. Actually, I think I get a little bit more than 10,000 LP because of the fact that it's 5, but we're just doing this for the ease of the math. So if I do a Navy 5 by myself, I'll get 10,000 LP. If I do a Navy 5 with 4 other people, each one of us will get 10,000 LP. And if there's 10 of us in the site, then each of us will get 5,000 LP. Because if you have more than the 5, then the maximum amount is now distributed evenly among all of the people. Does that make sense? So you now no longer need to worry about stealing the LP from somebody else, assuming it's a 5-man. But there is still a little bit of tension when it comes to these the 1-man. Okay? So that is the basics of the sites and how they work as far as like on a broad view. So now let's look at the sites from the inside. We're going to start with the defensive Plex. I'm going to go to this small Navy 1. Now, the first thing you're going to notice is that I don't warp to the site at 0. You never want to warp to a Plex at 0. You always want to warp at some sort of range. It can be 100, it can be 50, it can be 20. You never, ever, 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 ever want to warp at 0. The closest you want to warp is at 10, okay? I'm going to choose 70. And you warp to the site. Now, one thing to note, actually, before I even do. So this is the site that I just went to. You can tell because it's got 29 AU, right? But there's only one other. If I look at the different sites in the room, in the system, there's this Scout, and there's the medium, and there's the large. So here's the small, here's the Scout, here's the medium, here's the large. But wait a minute. There's a second medium, but there's only one medium here. There's the medium advanced, but not the medium Navy. What gives? Every site begins its life as a site on the probe scanner. It does not appear on the overview until someone initiates a warp to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to warp to this Navy 1, but then I'm going to immediately cancel warp by hitting Control Space, and we're going to watch over here to see what happens. I'm going to warp to it, and I control Space, and look, it opened. So now it's on the overview. This means that if you're in a system and you can see that there's a site in the probe scanner, but it's not in the overview, you can tell the moment that anyone warps to it because it appears. We call this popping it or opening the Plex. All right? So I have now opened the Navy 1 medium, which tells everybody that somebody's probably heading that way. So I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go back to that small that I was looking at earlier. So let's go to the Galente Small Navy 1. Every Plex besides the 1, besides the opens, have 3 different parts to it. Now, you can check a site from the outside by scanning it at range, just like you can with any other location. However, there's an extra trick in faction warfare. If you bring your range all the way down to basically the minimum, and you have a 360 degrees, now I will see whatever's inside of the Plex regardless. Now, I'm within 1 AU of something else, apparently. I'm not sure. But on the out... Nope. On the outside of the Plex, you can see that there's an acceleration gate. The acceleration gate is what gates off people from being able to come if they don't have the correct type of ship. You can also see, it's a little bit fainter. Let me actually turn off my tactical. You can see that there's this ring with lights around the outside. This ring goes around 100 kilometers outside of the acceleration gate, and this indicates the range in which you can activate the acceleration gate. So this is why we warp to it at range, because you can actually activate this acceleration gate up to 100 kilometers from the acceleration gate. So even if you warp at maximum range, you can still activate the acceleration gate as soon as you land. So this makes it so that even if there's somebody who's out here trying to catch you, depending on the direction that you warp from and the range that you warp from, you can land anywhere within this 200 kilometer diameter circle. Well, technically sphere, and still be able to activate it. Now, in order to activate this gate, you have to be in faction warfare. You have to be either, you have to be in one side or the other. Well, one of the 4 sides of faction warfare to activate this acceleration gate freely. If you are not in faction warfare, you can still activate this acceleration gate. However, it gives you a suspect flag, which means in order to activate this gate, you have to go here and turn your safety to partial safety in order to even activate the acceleration gate. It also means that once you've activated this acceleration gate, anybody can attack you freely without any repercussion for 15 minutes. That you do not get this if you're in the militia, because you belong in these sites. The reason why this is important is, once again, intel is important, right? So I can use my D-scan to see what's on the outside of a Plex, right? I can see when somebody lands on the outside of a Plex, and if they're a pirate, I can even see when they activate the Plex, because they will go suspect in local. So this is a lot of intel that this gives me as a person that's inside of the Plex. Call it defender's advantage, right? So I'm going to activate the Plex and go inside. Inside the Plex, there are 2 other features that are worth noting. First, we have the beacon. The beacon is right here, and everybody who comes into the Plex will always land within about 2,000 kilometers, or sorry, 2 kilometers of the beacon. Okay? No matter what. You can't control it. You can't come in any other way. Which means, as a person on the inside, I can be confident that anybody who comes in is going to be right here. So if I'm a brawling ship, I can be right here on top of it, and they have to land on top of me. Now, they could be fast and try to get away from me, but at least we start next to each other. Likewise, if I'm a kiter, I can kick out quite a ways and make sure that they start at a range from me, so that way I can, I control the course of the battle as a person from the inside. So you want to position yourself in relationship to the beacon to maximize your combat potential if somebody was to come in. 10 kilometers from the beacon is this structure here, which we refer to as the button. The button, you must be 30 kilometers from the button in order to count. You can see that there's a ring around the site in the same way that there was in... You can see that there's a ring around the site in the same way as there was on the outside. But rather than indicate where the acceleration gate can be used, this indicates how close you have to be to the button in order to count. Now, you can see that the timer is already started. And that's because I'm defensive plexing. This rat here is my friend. This is my butler. I'd like you to meet him. I call him Jeeves. He's a cool dude. I really get sad when people kill my butler. So as a defensive plexer, I don't get nearly as much reward, but I don't have to kill the main rat, which means I could be doing larger sites. I don't have to do this small complex. I could do as large of a complex as I want to, because I don't have to break the rat. These rats, they don't do very much damage. They have very low DPS, but they have pretty decent tanks. These are designed to be DPS checks. So more likely than not, it's not that the rat is going to kill you. It's going to be that you can't necessarily break the rat fast enough, and the timer does not tick down when there's an enemy within the area. So if we were in a Caldari site right now... Oh, they left. If we were in a Caldari site right now, I would have to kill this rat. And as long as this rat was alive, the timer would be stopped as contested. So what is really true is that this site is a 10-minute timer, plus whatever time it takes to kill the rat. This is why, like, if you barely can break a high-level rat, it may not be worth running the site because it takes so much more time to kill the bad guy. You might want to bring a ship with more DPS or maybe even more ships to be able to break the rat quickly in order to get the site done quickly. Other than that, we are simply sitting here and basically playing King of the Hill. I sit here for 10 minutes, and if anybody shows up, I have to make a choice of whether or not I'm going to defend the site or I'm going to leave. Now, obviously, I can watch my directional scan, so I know if anybody's on the gate. You know, this is a Navy Plex, so I know for a fact that nothing spooky like a curse can get in here, even if it was a medium or a large. So that's not the problem. But if I see things showing up on the D-scan, I can make a decision. I can decide to align out, right? Like I could align out to here and slowly chug around because I've got 30 kilometers, right? So I can be slowly moving and aligned and be fine. I can even pick another one on the other side, and when I get too close to this side, I can realign in the other direction. And now I'm just kind of pacing back and forth, constantly ready to leave. So that way, if somebody does decide to slide in and I don't want to fight them, I can just get out before they manage to get me. Likewise, I can just watch to see whether or not it's a fight that I want to take. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, I can do things like watch local to see whether or not a pirate is the one activating the gate. Obviously, a pirate is going to be less inclined to harass you, whereas an enemy militiaman may stay and continue to bother you. If you see a bunch of pirates get on your gate and you warp off right as they come in, chances are they'll move on. But if you do it to a state, or like not a state, but an enemy faction member, then there's a pretty decent chance that they'll stay and start running it themselves, or, you know, whatever. So you have to make your choice as to whether or not it's worth it to you to stay and fight. You can make it all the way down to 5 seconds, and if you get pushed off, you get nothing for all of your time. Likewise, you can you have to unwind any time that's done by anybody else, right? So if I got pushed off right now, the Caldari guy that comes before me will have to run this site for 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Or 20 seconds, right? Yeah, whatever. They have to undo the amount of time that I've wound up and also do their own time, right? So actually, we're not going to finish this site today. We're going to push this site a little bit further, and then we're just going to leave, because finishing the site won't do anything really for us. Our system is less than 1% contested. But by running up this Plex and not finishing it, now the state has to run the entire timer, twice the timer, in order to get this silly little site done. Okay? Yeah. The other thing that's important to note is that this fight, or this whole mechanic, is not happening in a vacuum. Okay? As we can see, there's a bunch of different sites within the system right now, all different sizes. And right now, this system isn't highly contested. It's a rearguard system. It's low priority. Nobody's going to get any LP for finishing the sites here. Nobody's really coming to mess with me. But if you're actually doing Warzone control, or if you're actually doing stuff for pay in the advance, or in the war zones, or in the front lines, and in the command outposts, the chances of people coming in and disrupting things become much higher. But also, the fight is actually happening not just in one Plex, but across all of them. Right? You've got a fleet from both sides. You've got people on both sides that are trying to take over the system, and they are sending their different people in different sites because, well, the frigates can only go into here, and the cruisers can go into here, and all these different things, and people are reshipping, and the fight kind of ebbs and flows and moves as the site, or as the system continues to be contested over the course of sometimes days or even weeks of non-stop Plex fighting within that system. So this isn't just, we're teaching the very basics of mechanics, but realize that the complexity comes from how these mechanics all come together when it comes to people engaging with them in the key systems. So, this is pretty much what plexing is all about, and I think that this pretty much covers everything I want to talk about when it comes to plexes. As I said, it is considered to be kind of a faux pas to come into a plex at the last second and, you know, gain the rewards unless it's a -5. But, you know, if you get, you know, we're all here for a purpose. Don't get too butthurt and don't be a jerk. Make some friends. Chances are people within the sites, if they're purple, are going to be somewhat friendly to you, but always be cautious. Now then, let's go ahead and find where we want to actually go. Well, we are here in Fleet. So the next closest one, let's go ahead and check out Devon. Let's see if Devon, well, there's Devon and Aboon. Devon's at 16% contested, Aboon is at 20% contested, and Oin is at 77% contested, and Nag is at 66% contested. So chances are, just based on what we looked at, we could pretty much assess that Aldernette is going to be a higher... Aldernette and Oix are definitely the hotter sites. But that's the other side of the war zone right now. So we're going to actually poke at... I'd really like to go to Notoras. Notoras. Because it's a Caldari command outpost. Or Nissoa or Pine for being front lines. I could do defensive... Actually, a defensive plexing in Oin could be good too, because that high contested value means that I'm still going to get quite a bit of LP. So let's go ahead and head to Oin. I want to get out of here before the site actually finishes. So I left with 10 seconds on that timer. So assuming nobody in the Galente comes in and finishes it off, that means the Caldari will have to run that timer for 19 minutes and 50 seconds in order to complete it. So that is what they call in the faction warfare universe a dick move. Oh shoot, we were supposed to be working on multiple overviews too. We'll look on that when we're done with this. So this system's hot. I might die. Snuffed out. Looks like they're busy. Doing what? I'm not overly interested in finding out, honestly. Nothing I can see. Wait. If somebody did this all day, somebody would start screaming, griefing, and bloody murder? What? Running the plexus up and then leaving them almost done? That's not griefing. That's not even a little bit griefing. That's just good strategy. That's just good praxis. We've been doing that forever. Okay, so this is a command operations system, but it's only 19% contested, so I'd still get very little reward for doing the sites here. So we're going to go check out Oin. This would be a good one for people... Oh, wow, there's a Sino. That's a live Sino lit there. And there's some rats there. So that, I'm assuming that snuff thing was a hot drop that just happened. Yeah, I normally do have a D-scan filter with less stuff on it. I'd specifically turned off that D-scan filter. Okay. So I'm in Oin. It's a frontline system, and it's highly contested. So I want to run a site here. There are sites that are already open. There's a large. There's the supply depot. There's a medium. There's the small. And there is a small that is also still closed, but and it's a 5, but it's also an advanced, and I don't really want to do an advanced. So none of these sites are within D-scan range of me, so I'm going to see about warping to one of my bookmarks to see if I can get closer. So in the same way that I can go with a minimum range 360-degree D-scan, I can go for a maximum range 5-degree D-scan, hold the D-scan key, and click on the site to see if there's anything inside. And the answer is there's a Thrasher fleet issue inside. I personally do not know whether or not that Thrasher fleet issue is friendly or not. There is one hostile within system. There's, oh, yeah, there's 2 Galente supply depots. There's the Galente small. There's the Galente medium. So I'm actually going to run the Galente large. Because if the thing... Oh, no, hold on. The enemy is out of the system. So that means that Thrasher fleet issue is not an enemy. It's one of these allies, okay? So I'm not going to go in there because that'd be barging in on him, and that'd be kind of a jerk move. So I'm going to warp to this large outpost at range.
Warp drive active.
They just reft one of our citadels in Haid? Who's R? And now I switch it to 360 degrees. Minimum range. There's nothing inside, so I head inside.
Warp drive active.
No! Well, something tells me I'm going to hear about that one. So the way things work when it comes to D-scanning, since it was brought up... Oh, I got to keep an eye out for it. So the way that D-scan works... You can see here... Sorry, one thing at a time. I'm in a larger Plex now, right? So the Rat's bigger. It's a battlecruiser instead of a destroyer. And you can see that this timer actually already started. There was a fight here. There's a couple of... Actually, there's a couple of rats that got killed. But then whoever was in here left. They only got it pushed up by about 2 minutes, or a minute and a half or so. So my 15-minute timer has become a 16-minute timer. I have to undo the minute of damage that the opponents did. But yeah. So, local's filling up, so I can't really play around with D-scan at the moment. Yeah, we plan on making more shorts, that's for sure. Okay, so local's starting to fill up. We can tell that this is Snuff. Now, Snuff likes to do big things. So chances of them like storming into my Plex is pretty low. But I'm actually going to build up my my thing big. So that way I can see anybody who's in system with me, right? Especially since these supply depots exist. So I'm going to bring it down to 5 degrees so that way I can see exactly what I'm pointing at. And then switch back to 360 degrees. It's starting to get nervous, so I'm going to poke it 1 degree to see if there's anybody getting close. There's not, so I go back up to max degree. So I'm trying to see who all's coming, if there is anybody, right? I'm trying to get an eye on a beat on the enemy fleet that's passing through. Chances are I might not see him. Oh, there's a Scorpion. They're not. They don't seem to be coming here though. And they're despiking already. A little bit. So I'm using my different tools, local and directional scan, in different ways in order to assess where the enemy is. So I can go here to 5 degrees, see that they're not at the Nisua gate. So they must be at like the Pine Gate. Or maybe even a Boon. And there they go. So, back to being kind of calm. So now I can show you guys this. If we look on the solar system map, you can see that there's this sphere around me, right? This sphere is my directional scan sphere. If I hit my D-scan key, which I have smartly rebound to spacebar, like you should, you can see these little pings. And in fact, it actually shows you, like, there's a way to do this. Hold on. Well, it just did it, too. Whatever. Usually, like, if there's a... Ah, there it is. See? There's things. Things appeared on the D-scan. You can kind of see the image of it. But either way, I'm not worried about that right now. So if I change the size of my D-scan, you can see that the size of the sphere changes. This shows me what is in range of my D-scan. And that's cool. But what's even more cool is this angle thing. So if I change the angle, you can see it go from full circle to half circle to 90-degree cone to 60-degree cone to 30-degree cone to 15-degree cone, all the way down to basically a narrow line with a 5-degree cone. Now, the way to control the cone itself, though, the center of the cone is actually, if you zoom out, this box around your ship that appears when you're zoomed out, that is the center of your D-scan, okay? So you can see, if I look in here, as I turn my camera, I'm going to also be changing where the D-scan is pointing. The other key is, if I hold the D-scan key, which in my case is spacebar, because I'm smart and I changed it, I can now click on a thing on my overview, a planet or whatever, and it'll snap to that thing and then scan it. This is how I check a bunch of places real quick. So I can be like, oh, is there anything at the medium? No. Is there anything at the small? There's that Thrasher still. Is there anything at the supply depot? No. Is there anything at the other supply depot? No. Okay, great. I'm safe, right? Is there anything at the Nisua gate? No. So that is how 5 degree works. And then likewise, as I said, if you go to 360 degrees, then you see everything that's within your area. So now I can see everybody within 10 AU of me. It doesn't tell me if somebody's coming to me directly, but it does tell me if they're in the system. If I've got multiple people in here, and I've got one person set to 14.3, I've got one person set to 5, and I've got one person set to 0.1, now we have this really cool feature where the first person will call out something. They'll be like, Thrasher on long. And then the guy at 5 degrees, a few seconds later, calls Thrasher on mid. Well, what does that tell me? That tells me that there's a Thrasher that's in warp towards me. And then when the short calls it out, now I know that they're going to be landing within a few seconds, right? So not only am I knowing what's out there and relatively how far, but I even can tell what direction they're traveling based on how they appear and disappear from our scans. This is really important because, like, as a faction warfare pilot, as a Plexer, I'm probably going to be in this system for a while. So what I'm going to be doing is, the whole time I'm here, is I'm going to be trying to assess everything that's going on, right? This system has no stations. I mean, it may have some player structures in it. Yeah, it has some player structures in it, but it doesn't have any NPC stations. So the question is, who are these guys, right? We got one of these people, probably either White Widow or Indogazia, whatever. One of these two is probably that Thrasher fleet issue. If I went into the small, I could probably figure out which one it is. Then there's this pirate who we haven't seen yet. So if he goes suspect at any time, that means that he's probably going into one of the different plexes. And I've got Spoons, who's out here keeping an eye out for everybody because he's a hero, right? But I know what's going on. I have an awareness of the system. And as I sit here, I'm going to continue to build my awareness of the system and what's going on nearby. So that way, oh, look, this guy just showed up and he's already a suspect. But he is Galmil, so I shouldn't be worried too much about that. Okay? And that's it, pretty much this way. This is it. Do you think that there should be an Ash's Shorts channel? Aha! Somebody's hunting for support. Okay, so just the other day, here's the thing. I have kind of a love-hate relationship with the YouTube algorithm. My YouTube channel has been doing pretty good overall. Thank you all for coming and checking it out. This is a good opportunity, if you haven't already, to like the video now, to bring people in and also share it with your friends. But also, obviously, like and comment and share the videos once they come out in their final, like, edited form. The issue is that there's a lack of cohesion of content. Oh, a Plex just opened, right? I didn't catch which one. But, oh, there's only one medium before. So I think it was the medium Navy 5 that just got opened. So I have these well-constructed, well-thought-out, segments, either filmed live or edited, that I think that people should watch that are very evergreen, right? Either topics like this, where it's instructional, or lore and stuff. Yeah, new sites show up highlighted in your probe scanner, but that doesn't, no, but the thing is that it wasn't a new site. It was someone opening the site. So it might have already existed. It appeared on the overview. Anywho, so I have recordings of different videos. I have random short clips. I have longer segments that people should watch no matter how old they are. And I've got bullshit, right? Like maybe timely, maybe a joke or whatever. And the question is, or the issue that I have is I feel like people are signing up for one thing and then getting upset when they get something else. So obviously a lot of YouTube channels have two different channels. Like a lot of YouTube networks have two different channels. And a lot of YouTube channels have, or like another thing that we can do is members, right? So I guess for those of you who may not be aware, like back when I was on Twitch, we had Twitch subscriptions, right? You paid $5 and you got a bunch of emotes, and I got half of that, right? Well, on YouTube, you have that as well, but it's called membership. So if you want to support the channel, you can always become a member. And as a member, you get access to member-only polls, member-only chat. I've also added, I finally got my supporter channel in the Discord working, so that's a thing too. But also, I can make videos available for members only. So one of the things I've been doing is going back and going through all of the videos that I've put up that weren't necessarily Eve related, but I thought would be useful to people, or people might want them, that wanted a more personable look. Like, for instance, I just made the video, like a while back, I played Hollow Knight. So I made that whole footage, which was never put public. It was only ever given to the patrons. I've now put that as a members only video. So the idea is that now I can put up member only videos that are kind of like the more behind the scenes or personable clips, things. But that if they're members only, then they can't go to patrons because Patreon doesn't have a special access to that. So I could upload it to Patreon individually, but that's a whole different thing. The point of the matter is, what I think that we're going to do at the minimum is I've added a new membership tier, right? So now you can do the $3 membership tier as the minimum to get all of the perks, including the Discord channel, the emotes, and other such stuff like that. But we've added a $1 membership tier, just like a token amount, that gets you access specifically to members' videos. So if you want those old archives, if you want those kinds of things, those are going to be, if you want the members only videos, then it'll only cost you $1. If you already have a Patreon and you're supporting on Patreon, first of all, thank you very much. Second of all, I've done this so that way it's not too hard for you to just lower your patron subscription by $1 and still get the videos on with your $1 membership to YouTube. Yeah. But all that said, it seems like there is an overall feeling that we do want to have a second channel. So I'm probably going to make a channel that's, so like this channel, the channel you're watching this on now, is going to basically be the formal Eve Universe channel, right? So you're going to see archives, which are these streams. You know, we're going to keep those live for everybody, so you can always go back and watch the archives, and the edited actual segments that are worth watching for everybody to learn something or to get caught up or whatever, right? Those are going to stay on this channel, and then a bunch of the other BS stuff or other short clips, snippets, etc., will probably start showing up on the more personable, or on the second channel. Okay, so that's the plan at the moment. Still accepting feedback, still accepting thoughts, but yeah. In addition to that, if you do like the channel, Ara Danica has put a lot of work on the in the store. There's now merch that you can buy. You can get the Pod 07. You can get the Eve Universe show logo. You can get the, I want to say, the Convocation of Empyreans logo on a shirt or a coffee cup or whatever. You know, it's pretty cool. It's a good way for you to rep your support. And at the same time, you know, if you send me a picture of it, I'll make sure to tweet about it or put it on places. Maybe I'll make a Hall of Fame somewhere with people with their merch. But mostly it's just like, you know, Danny's put a lot of work into that. So, you know, if you want to help us feel like this was not a wasted effort, that's a good thing to do. Yes, we're finishing up, or we're just talking about faction warfare, and we're wrapping up this Plex. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left before this Plex is over. Again, we have specifically chosen a site that is of low tension. The chances of somebody coming and harassing us in this site is relatively low. Mostly because I wanted to, A, show you that that was possible, and B, I wanted to be able to walk through this kind of as a dry run. So we did a walk through in Fleet, and now we're doing, we did a crawl through in Fleet. Now we're doing a walk through here in Oin, and then we're going to head on towards the front lines and see whether or not we can, how much more lively it is in a frontline system. A Shortarathi? I came up with some cool ideas, but that just went to pretty close to the top of the pile. "23 seconds. Sorry, 13 seconds. I don't think anything's coming in here. So 7 seconds left. And then we will get a notification here. Boom. So what I get? I got extra standings and I got loyalty points. How many loyalty points did I get? So I just got 21,666 loyalty points. So on the one hand, I sat around and did nothing for 15 minutes. On the other hand, I got, well, let's see. Let's do the calculation. I know, I could probably do this in my head, but this is more fun. Oh, hey. Speaking of problems, there's the state. So if I go 21,666 times 1,100, just giving a really low estimate, I just got 23 million ISK worth of LP in 15 minutes. And so I saw them at 1 AU, which puts them on this planet or in that iHub, but not in the site. I mean, the chances of them coming here exactly is relatively low. Looks like they went to the medium. Is there anything else in that direction? Nope, they're in the medium. Caldari Navy hook bill, Imicus Navy issue, Federation Navy comment, and another hook bill. But that's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's only 4 of them, so there's still more. There they are. Yep. That's what I was afraid of. They're going to want to kill me, but let's go ahead and try to get eyes on there. So again, this supply depot is giving us advantage, right? We have 26% advantage in this system. And when they destroy this, it's going to... Or not. Well, I don't know what happened then. Either way. This thing right here. If they were to shoot and blow this thing up, it would lower our advantage, which would also affect the neighboring system, I believe. But that does not appear to be what they're doing. They do have a lot of garbage, though. Looks like some on the Nissoa gate.
Warp drive active.
I think that the site disappears off the overview relatively quickly, but technically I think the site will hang around as long as you're in it. But there has been issues with that, with people trying to keep the sites open, so I think that they still recycle. A site will, hey! Okay, so that hook bill, Edwin, that didn't look like it was one of the state actors, though. Should probably move this notification back away.
Warp drive active.
Now I'm interested in where these guys are. I mean, this is a frontline system. Wait a minute. Is there a battlefield going on now? Nope. So there's one in this small. Oh, they're deplexing. I'm going after the small then. Or despiking, rather. So this hook bill is either a friend or I'm about to fight him. Now, had I have identified who these other people were, then I'd have a better idea. But I didn't.
Warp drive active.
I'm going to want to keep an eye on my 5 degree just in case. And it's a war target. Okay. He warped away. So now I'm going to wait and watch. See if anybody else comes in here. Now, if that whole squad starts piling up, or even if a few of them start coming in, they could just be tackled for the rest of the forces. I'm probably going to take the fight either way, just because I want to show you, we want to have some excitement. But, it's worth keeping in mind that they have a lot of backup. Now, they could have also just gone to a different site, right? Like, they can keep moving sites, and I will have to keep chasing them around, and they'll just be able to build up points. So that way, even with me actively trying to stop them, they would still be able to contest sites, even if I couldn't, or they couldn't fight me directly. Now, obviously, that's not necessarily the case right now. They probably should be able to fight me just fine. But my point is that, like, if it was the other way around, and there was like, and I was trying to disrupt them, there are ways, like, an individual that really wants to fuck with people can actually get a lot done in disrupting these plexing. Because again, this is around the clock, right? So as you finish these plexes, it continues to build up. And there are some times that, like, the state is better or has more power than the Federation. The state generally have a better EU. The Federation has a better US in general. So what that means is that, like, if I am playing during the EU, even if all I do is slow down their efforts in a specific system, I don't take any sites at all. I just prevent them from being able to take sites as quickly or at all. What I've done is effectively aided my own forces, because now when we manage to retake the area with our forces and start plexing, we have less to undo, right? Like, if we are always able to prevent them from working and then get our own stuff done, then we win over time. Got to be worth subbing only for all the tips. Hey man, that's what this YouTube channel is all about. It's about maximizing player engagement with EVE Online and increasing the overall literacy of EVE Online. Because I think that EVE Online is a better place when we've got better players in it. See, now this is kind of interesting. I was going to move on, but, like, we need a solid tutorial for super noobs. I want to say that that's what we just did / are doing. If there's anything I haven't covered yet today, we did hacking sites at another time. Although I want to make a video that's just like I recorded myself doing the hacking sites, because the problem is that, like, when it comes to hacking and exploration, it's very difficult to do that performance live, because it's very difficult to get the actual sites to cooperate with you. Why is Peld not working? Oh, there it is. Why are these guys wandering off back and forth? So he was in a Comet Navy. I don't see a Comet Navy right now, so that probably wasn't him. I didn't catch his name, though. That was the problem. So let's go ahead and keep on looking. There's the Imicus Navy in there. Chances are the Imicus Navy is one of the other guys. One of my guys. So if worse comes to worse, I would... So, like, if I had problems here, what I would do is I would fall back into the medium, because I already know that I've got a friend over there. So, assuming that we start getting harassed, I would fold down into him, and then we would potentially try to, like, hold it together, you know? But as long as we're not being actively harassed, being split up is actually better. I mean, Solstice. By that Cormorant Navy issue. Cormorant Navy issue. I would argue that by that logic, almost every system is that way. You know, sovereignty. But the thing is that like, oh, here we go. Woof. That's a lot of damage. Ah! Nope. That is a lot of damage. I was really hoping that my newts would finish off his cap before then. But nope, I should have overheated my net rack of newts. And it's just that simple. Now we go reship. No, it's a whole tank ship. So, I mean, technically I could have started repping sooner, but had I have not taken an extreme blast of damage right then I would have over-repped and that would have been worse. Those navies, man, they're hard to beat. Especially since, like I said, that fit sacrifices 3 of its guns for newts. So I was really hoping that the newts would kick in. I have not yet checked out the AO spawns. We can do that while we're reshipping and stuff. What are they all doing out here? Fun. At least the war zone's exciting. Yeah. Honestly, a lot of other ships would have had a big problem against me, but this thing just pound for pound is just so nasty. But if you saw, like, I was getting pretty close to the end of his shields as well. Yes, he does get LP for killing me. Not a whole bunch. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Be ready to lose some fights, man. Like, that's the whole point. I guess the whole point is to win fights, but you get what I'm saying. But, you know, people talk about, you know, oh, I don't like sitting in plexes or whatever, but, like, you want lots of good fights? That plex fighting, man. It's better. It's certainly better than gate camping or roaming. So, what do I do if I need a ship? Well, let's say you did the smart thing and joined Aderon Robotics and fought for the Galente Federation. All you have to do is come to the Federal Defense Union in Fleet, go into your finance, go to contracts, set it to my corporation, hit search, and here's all the different well, I'd search for algos specifically, but look, I can just buy a brand new Nephthys build right there for another 27 million and be right out in the action again. I can go here. Hop in it. You'll want to open it up. Grab the void, the things, the rigs, and boom. I'm ready to go. And of course, pick my skin and my emblem like a good loyalist. And be right back out again. Done. Easy peasy. If you can't, and also if you can't fly, or if you can't afford those sorts of ships, we also do have a member hangar, which I don't have access to because I don't have roles because I keep quitting the corp. But we do have like free ships available for people who are interested in just like getting out there with like an Atron or something to see the sights. And of course, you know, I'd be far more successful if I joined the Galmel Discord and got involved in fleets and stuff. But what fun in that would that be? So there you go. Let's go the other direction and see whether or not there's anything in Devon area.
Warp drive active.
I think that that was a pretty complete view of faction warfare, right? We managed to almost finish, you know, we pushed up a Plex, we finished a Plex, and then we got a fight in a Plex, all within 20 to 30 minutes. I need to get one of my Catalyst Navy issues up and running. That's all. That's what I just learned. So there's nobody in system with me, but it's also lightly contested, so I don't really care. Let's keep on going.
Warp drive active.
If you don't have a hunting tutorial, you should maybe talk about that aspect of the D-scan. Well, so when I kind of showed that a little bit, where I will set it to 5 degrees and I'll click on the different plexes and stuff to see who's where. I mean, whether you're hunting or whether or not you're being defensive, the tools to gain awareness is kind of the same. I have a video, excuse me, I have a video on the channel called Sensors and Combat Awareness or something like that, where I talk about that, where we go about probe scanner, D-scanner, local, and all these different tools and how we use them to build a knowledge, build up our understanding of the environment around us. Do faction warfare corps buy out, loot, salvage, or do you just leave wrecks and there's a dedicated cleaning crew? We do have like a buyback. We don't have dedicated cleaning crews. So there's stuff going on here. There's guys on both sides, but I actually have no idea where anybody is right now. I don't know which ones of these are bad. I don't know which ones of these are good, but there's a battlefield. So let's go see if we can survive in a battlefield for more than 3 seconds, shall we? I don't know what's happening in this battlefield. Might be good, might be bad. Let's go find out. I don't care. My ship's cheap. That's the thing. Fly around in cheap ships. Then the question of, what should I do? Is, fuck it. Just do whatever you want, man. If it's a bad idea, then you're dead. Whatever. Do it again. Only one way to find out. If I look on the inside, I can see that all that's in there right now is an Exeter Navy issue and a Cormorant Navy issue. So we're going to go... Oops. No, no, no! There we go. I keep trying to radial off of the structures instead of the acceleration gate. That's going to be some... That's going to be a habit I'm going to have to get rid of. Yes, you never warp to 0 at a gate. Okay, so the Executor Navy issue is... Oh, boy, they're both Caldari. So I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go the way that they aren't. Looks like they're trying to deal with the rats over there. I'm going to go deal with the ones over here. As you can see, the battlefield is huge. So these guys over here, 200 kilometers away. These ones over here, 100 kilometers away. So it's like 400 to 500 kilometer wide battlefield right here. All kinds of things to look at, too. I will admit that one of the reasons why I'm kind of laissez-faire about everything is because of the fact that I know that if I'm doing anything serious, that's when the stream snipers and everything can show up, so might as well just not care, right? That Executor Navy issue's cooking it here. Look at him. He's burning over here so fast. He wants me so bad. Kill him. Just kill the destroyer, man. That's all I want. That's all I want for Christmas. 70. All right, I got to pull in.
Warp drive active.
All right, well, there you go. So Faf, this guy right here is in here in an Atron. This is why you rename your ships, guys. I can tell that this guy is this guy in here. You don't want to give away any extra intel. Although in this case, it's kind of useful to me because now I know that the guy on the inside is my friend. Oh, but it's captured. What is he doing in here then? What is he doing in here? What's going on? Oh, he just left. He literally just left. All right, well. I'm going to go to the Navy 5 because hopefully I'll be able to rendezvous with people. Unless you name your ship something else in local? Yeah, well. No, you can't warp around in them. They're dead space. The data sites are really touch and go. Executor, 2 Executor Navy issues. We're just going to hope. We're just going to hope that I'm not super unlucky, okay? We're just going to hope that we're not super, super, super unlucky. Because there's already 2 squids accounted for. Fuck! Wasn't lucky. Failed to be lucky.
Warp drive active.
What the hell even just happened? What just happened? Why did an Executor just run from me? He had the Executor Navy issue there. If he had just grabbed me, they would have killed me. Well done. I guess we're just going to go into this medium.
Warp drive active.
It's alright. The Executor wasn't combat oriented. Squids like to run. I am so freaking tempted to go get my Vexor Navy issue now.
Warp drive active.
Fear the bait, Dusty. Yeah, exactly. But the Executor Navy issue was not at 0. The standard exec was at 0, which is A, kind of weird already, but B, definitely should have been able to kill me. Can Mimitar Militia run Caldari Plexus? Yes. You can run your allies' Plexus. You still get LP for your own team, though. That's true. If I was tackle, then the rest of the hostiles would be on their way.
Warp drive.
But still, that's a really, like, why have an Executor and a Navy issue there if you're just going to run? Why have an Executor Navy? Never mind. Or an Executor. Yeah, I saw that they were they're on the edge. What chumps?
Warp drive active.
Ah. Well, win or lose with this Vexor Navy issue. When we get back, I'm going to be working on my new overview. Is this exciting? Are you guys having a good time? Or do you guys think I suck at this game? Now, is that what's happening?
Docking permission requested.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on the standings loss, etc., since we covered most of it at this point? So the standings loss is actually not that high. A lot of people give the standings loss a little bit too much credit. There's only 2 real sources of the standings loss. One, if you do the missions, if you do faction warfare missions, which you don't need to do, and I don't recommend them, that will give you standings as you gain standings, or you go after their fleet. The only other real source of standings issues is when you get promoted. And even that is just derived standings. Basically, at that point, when you get promoted, you get such a big bonus to your own personal faction standings that it does cause a small hit to the enemy faction standings. But assuming that you're not constantly running missions or whatever, means that you should be just fine. I was in faction warfare for 6 years or something like that. And we can go and see that while the state aren't huge fans of me, we're at -145. and they're all derived, right? So this only happens for when I gain bigger standings with the Galente. So it's the same as if you did like storyline missions in order to get faction standings. Potting seems to give standings too. Okay, so if you attack an enemy militia member that is part of the militia corp, you'll get a hit from that corp, but that doesn't derive. So like I lose standings with State Protectorate, but that doesn't make me lose standings with the Caldari. What do I think is the next step in the Triglavian story? I think that we're just going to have to see what is the research that's coming out of the Othanoon project and the transmuters. As far as like what the Trig are going to do next, it's hard to tell. The Trig seem to be in a much more defensive posture, thanks to the Empires being absolutely absurd. And there's a lot of signs that the Trig are doing overtures to the different empires.
Warp drive active.
Moa. A Moa. Phew. Local really is filling up, huh? Well, wonder where Spoons went. Let's go for it.
Warp drive active.
Glinte should took Othanoon. Yeah. Although I'm kind of concerned about what would happen if we did that. Like, there's almost certainly some sort of nullsec group that would be very, very upset if we did that. Oh. The Moa's gone.
Warp drive active.
So the different empires, there's a lot of rumors about like the different empires making agreements with the different factions, or with the different Triglavian groups. But the current conflict has kind of blasted away a lot of that news. Find your love in this Plex. Oh, I didn't realize that my cap was that bad. Are we taking the site yet? Well, I like to have my armor repper running so that way it's, you know, cycling. But I didn't realize it would cap me out just by existing. Oh, there's that Executor Navy issue. Let's go ahead and pulse this out. Because I want to be like 13. More. Coming in. Feel the tension. You know, I bet you that battlefield's worth going to now. Oh, they left.
Warp drive active.
I don't have friends. Oh, they might be waiting for friends. Maybe. Turn micro warp drive off for more cap? Yes, but I want the micro warp drive on. I want to be able to use my micro warp drive. All right, battlefield. Ferox Navy issue and a bunch of Atrons, with one of the Atrons being one of the allies. So let's go.
Warp drive active.
Pretty sure that Ferox Navy issue is going to be a problem, but whatever. I can't just leave 3 Atrons in there to do it. Especially when 2 of them are default named. There's a slasher. Oh, the Ferox Navy issue's on the outside, huh? Clever.
Warp drive active.
All right. We're going to haul ass that middle one. So you can see, like, we've been playing this game for, like, we've been out here for, like, 40 minutes, and all kinds of different things have all happened. This is pretty normal. Why? Well, they're clearly shooting at something that I can't see. Oh. Oh, there they are. What just landed? Punisher. All right, so now that the rat's dead, this timer is now ours to start ticking. More rats can spawn, and that Punisher could come over here. But barring that, we are working on this timer. There's the Ferox. There's another rat in here.
To give the command to drone requires you to have an active target.
Oof. That Ferox Navy's coming for me too. Why aren't the battleships showing up on my thing, I wonder? I need to be 66 before I can lock them. Hey, thanks for the sub. Defanging me. Okay. Now if I can just get this battlecruiser dead. Boom. Now then. I wish that the colors were a little bit more distinct. The gray to the green, it's hard to tell that the ring is actually filling up. There's another battleship and some other garbage. It would be cool if like some bigger ships showed up as like support, and killing those were worth extra points. That Ferox Navy issue is just an opportunist. That's all. That is it. Ugh, I want to be within 12. There's the Ferox Navy.
A module has run out of charges.
Going in, going in, going in.
A module has run out of charges.
Fuck, he's faster than me too. I'm gonna need a tackle on him if I'm gonna want to get him.
Module has run out of charges. The capacitor is empty.
Oh shit, I am in so much trouble. Yep, I'm in trouble. Shit. Okay. Whew.
A module has run out of charges.
What just happened? Oh, he killed somebody else. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I just didn't have it. I didn't have it by myself. Any questions on the seagulling issue? I mean, I think that it's gonna resolve itself. I think that they overreacted to it. Well, I mean, accomplish the objective. That's what matters, right? Gonna have to get more drones after this, though. Yeah, GM Trails is our supply officer, executive officer, whatever you want to call it. So she's a very good person to be asking questions of. You may as well consider her answers my answers. Oh, I just realized that the Vexor Navy issue doesn't have the drone speed bonus of the battlecruiser or destroyer. But that rep bonus certainly did serve me well today. Oh, I'm at a totally different spot than I was before. Holy crap. Because I was in the center. It's pretty funny. No, we got a lot of support for the war effort. I mean, like, ships need to be brought in, ships need to be built. There's hauling, there's mining, there's low-sec mining. There's all kinds of different stuff. The problem is that it's much harder for me to give you, like, 100% solid answers because it's pretty opportunistic and also mildly OPSEC. That Ferox was fast, wasn't it? That was really fast. I think he was using skirm boosts, but that was really fast. Can we get a narration of Templar 1? The on Audible. There's a great version of Templar 1 on Audible. I'm certainly not going to do my own version of it when they sell one for money. The other thing you can look into is, I mean, just look at the kill boards of the different, like, groups. Like, if you just looked at Aderon's kill boards and then you just started stocking that stuff in Fleet, people would buy it. It's very simple. I think it was a pretty fun little skirmish with the Ferox, though. For some reason, the Galmill sites and battlefields are hostile and min-mill. I think that that's true. I think battlefields are just mostly built for the actual faction that's supposed to be in them. So this is actually an interesting technique. If you notice, we've actually dragged the rats outside of the circle. So we're actually running the timer, even though there are technically rats still in existence. So that is one of the strategies, is just pull the rats out, but that's easier said than done because the rats can actually spawn onto or aggro onto the defense, the NPCs. So it's hard to guarantee that they'll stay outside. For those of you who want a status report on the battlefield itself, I think, there you go. You can see it's we're at 62% right now. Oh god, and my peld wasn't even working that whole time. Gosh darn it. Oh, and I don't have any more long-range ammo. Let's hope they don't notice. More rats.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Can I hit him? Can I hit him? No, he's out of range. Pew pew. We are at 67%. Just starting a new tune and putting them into Amar Militia. I realized the SOE Epic Arc starts in Galente space. Yeah, well, the SOE Epic Arc goes to all 4 areas, so you really can't do the SOE Epic Arc while in Faction Warfare. That's true. I ran into that problem as well. 69%, nice. And if you notice that the local seems like exactly the opposite of what it was when we first started this, so... Trying to lead the destroyer to get close to him. Yeah! There we go. There's some clean shots. Boom! I want to stay close. Boom. Keep it up, guys. Keep it up. We got this. 73%. Yeah, if you want to sell your propaganda towers, you can talk to the people in Galmail. Honestly, if you're in the Galmail, you should be in the Galmail Discord. It's where all of the coordination is happening and where you can find a group. I'm having fun. This is exciting. These rats keep showing up. Look at them all flying in formation and stuff. That's cool. I do wish you got some sort of points or whatever for killing the rats, that's for sure. Again, I wouldn't even necessarily need LP. I just want victory points. I want the site to finish clean, you know, like get more points towards completion of the site. Not necessarily like ISK or LP or anything like that. I just, if I kill a bunch of your cruisers, I should be able to finish the site faster. $77%. Yeah, there's a lot of indie options, not least of which cranking out these BPCs that people are getting and turning them into ships. You guys could really stop now. Come on. Oh, shoot. Got a good shot on the cruiser. And I took my shot. Boom! We're getting there. We're getting there. 80%? You mean the normal PvE sites? What do you mean by normal PvE sites? You can technically, I think you can do the rendezvous points and the supply caches as a neutral. You have to be in faction warfare to do the faction warfare hacking sites. You love the idea of running around in a giant warship defending a hologram of Celis Agard. That's what I'm talking about. The bowl cut butcher is my president. Oh, for crying out loud. All right. We are at 83. Yeah, there's not really a PvE sites in faction warfare in the same sense that you'd think of, probably. Unless you count this as PvE, I suppose. %. I kind of like the fact that battlefields are basically like a little microcosm of the war zone, right? Like you constantly are like building up points for the overall capture. Like you watch the spinner spin over and over again, and every time it finishes, it increases the percentage of the victory. The same as how it works within a system. Just a little microcosm. I have to hit my micro warp drive to keep up with the battleship, apparently. That's different.
run out of charges.
I need to get close to one of these guys. Don't need my reps anymore.
A module has run out of charges. A module has run out of charges.
All right, 89%. 90. Let's shoot some fools, yeah. Spoons. I love you, brother. Highly unnecessary. Oh, here comes all of the seagullers, I'm assuming. That's what these guys are. At least some of them. I'm not going to even shoot unless they get close to me. I need to cut off these guys. Everything goes so fast. Come on. There we go. Well then, I'll just let them do that while we run the timer. We are at 95%. Almost there. $96.3. Edge it. 97 point or 98.3. That looks so cool though. Like, let's be real. Even if you want to consider these guys seagullers or and want to be grumpy, like, it looks so cool. I'm not even going to fight these dudes. Right? Because we just win. Don't we just win? 99.7? This one's going to win us, right? Just this one. Should probably rep, though. This should do it. Boop. Yay! We won the battlefield! All right. Loyalty points. I gained 48,000 loyalty points for that. 48,000. Woo! That's pretty cool. All right, let's go back home, set up our overview, and wrap things up for the day. I think that this was a pretty good show-off of faction warfare at all kinds of different levels.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, praise to Bull Cut Butcher. Yeah, you can rep people outside of your fleet. In high sec, you have problems doing it to people that aren't in the same limited engagement. That's true. We would get even more if it was an offensive one. You barely ran 4 missions in the same time and got 3 times more LP? Yeah, and our stuff is actually... Our LP's worth more, too.
Warp drive active.
The problem is that you can actually get your ship popped, like, in the last minute, and then get no credit for any of it. You do get, when you rep somebody, you inherit their flags. So if they're suspect, you get suspect. But if you do it in high sec, you actually get a criminal flag, which means you get concorded. Yeah, if you want to check this out, just go, oh, shit. Just go ahead and use my buddy code to get a million free SP. And put your alt into Faction Warfare. You can do Faction Warfare perfectly fine as a brand new alpha with a million free SP. I recommend Drones 5. Whew, I'm tired today. Sorry if I've been a little bit low energy, but it's funny. Every once on Monday, I'm like, I'm gonna take the time to work on background stuff, and then I didn't get nearly as much stuff as I would like to, and then today I still feel wiped out. Happens every time. Yeah, you can totally start faction warfare as an alpha. Absolutely. Okay, let's see here. First and foremost, I want a navigation tab. So we're going to add a tab. We're going to call it navigation. We're going to filter it for travel. Show all brackets and have it be in a new window. We only have 8 tabs. All right, cool. Move tab to new window. Sweet. So this tab how do I change the columns now? How do you change columns now? Ah, columns. There it is. So I don't need velocity. Yeah, this is all I need. This can go down here. And in fact, save locations can... What? Can save locations get locked into this? No, obviously not. Why would I think such a thing? Okay, so then this can be changed. Because this is down there, I can actually take off my combat tab. I can add to warp tab, but remove it from the combat tab. Same with this, add to warp, remove from combat. Add to warp, remove from combat. Oh, wait, hold on. Add to warp. Remove from combat. Remove from combat. So these are actually going to be something even different. So I don't know what this tab is for, but let's go ahead and move it to its own window. And we're going to call this beacons. And we're going to add beacons to the overview. We're going to remove it from this one. And then remove from beacons. Remove from beacons. Remove from beacons. Remove from beacons. So now I can just go like this. Now I've got this little beacon window. It's not where they're going to all end up, but you know. And then this remains basically completely combat oriented. So I can probably place the name further down. Can I not? Change order. Move the name further down. Put velocity distance velocity and transversal velocity. And then size. And edit current filter. Yeah, this should show everybody. This, I don't need moons. I probably don't need asteroid belts. And customs offices. So all I've got is planet, stations, and star. Actually, I could crush this down even further. Put local up here. Put overview warps here. And drones there. And that's starting to look pretty clean, actually. There we go. That's pretty hot, my friends. Check that out. You can actually do one client split across multiple screens. You can do that totally. Yeah. In fact, I can actually go like this and stretch it out across the second. The problem is that if I stretch it out across the second screen right now, then you know, you guys are only going to see one in the screen. But hold on. So I can do that, and now it's across two screens. But in order for you to see that fact, I would have to go like this. So now you can see it across two screens. And the problem is that now my ship's in the middle there. So I can actually go here and go camera center, put it at left 50%, and then set offset interface with camera, hit apply. Now my ship's right here, and I have this entire other screen over here for stuff. So absolutely doable. You were able to keep that H-run alive at 2% hold? That's awesome. How do you add remove columns in the new overview? Hold on, let me resize this again. So the way we do that is in the thing you click on the cheeseburger menu, and then go to, never mind, you right click on the actual tab itself and go to columns, and then it'll give you all of the columns, and at the bottom you can change the order, which will pop up the columns here, and then you can drag and drop them up and down. I don't need size nearly as much. So let's go ahead and put size over here. There you go. Very cool. Well, I think that that's probably about good enough for today. So, hi. Unless there's somebody, you know, if you've got some last minute questions or whatever in chat, then that's fine. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of administrative work. So this week is the last week before winter break. I don't know what I'm going to be up to during winter break, how much I'm going to be able to stream, how much I'm not going to be able to stream. That's all up in the air. However, I have started posting updates as to the nature of the stream, like when I'm going to be streaming, whether or not I'm going to be streaming. I'm trying to post those more on the YouTube. So if you go to the YouTube community page, that's where I'm going to be posting those kinds of updates from now on, not on Twitter primarily. In addition, I will put up polls and other stuff that's there for people, both for members and non-members, because I want help knowing, making this channel the best it can possibly be. In the meantime, the Theodicy videos have been coming out one by one, and let me tell you, so let's be real talk. Those chronicle readings that I do, not only are they some of the harder ones to do, because it's just like hours of reading, which for a dyslexic is great. You did your darndest with the chronicles and sold me on Faction Warfare today. I will be returning. Excellent. And this. Thank you for saying that, because as I was just saying, I put a lot of work into those chronicles, and it's hard for me to it's a lot of time, and then we edit them and all that stuff. But I'll let you know, those things do worse than almost any of the other videos, right? If I make a video that's like telling gankers or telling, people bitching about ganking that they suck and they need to get good, like that's going to get a couple thousand views. But like the chronicles get a few hundred at best. And the issue is that, like, of course, because the chapters are subsequent, each chapter, less people come and watch it. So right now we're coming out with all the different chapters. We put in all the effort to cut out the chapters and all that sort of stuff, but they've got really low views. So just, if you want to go back through them and watch them all together, or whatever, then that'd be great. We're going to be, if you'd be willing to go back and check those out, that would be awesome. I'm still going to do them. Just realize that, like, those 100% lore ones end up not being the strongest of performers. So you all can help that out by sharing them around and getting people to check them out. If you are a patron or a member, you already have access to the whole playlist of all of the ones that we have edited, and I think by the end of the day we should have the rest of them, all 7 of them at least, or 8 or 9 of them all at least, like, available there. And then they'll be continuing to roll out over the course of the next few days. I'm going to put out number 4 basically as soon as I go offline. Yeah, and then hopefully we'll make one master one later on to release. But yeah, but also, I've been going back through, there's a lot of videos. If you are new to the channel, relatively new, realize that while I do have timely videos, I do have a lot of videos that I've created that are specifically evergreen, especially in the training playlist and places, and in the lore playlists. So, there's a lot of stuff to check out. We've done videos where we go over every single module type in the entire game and every fitting consideration. I talk about how to do sharing bookmarks, how to do different D-scan, how to fix your radial menu, everything that you could know to become a better pilot that isn't necessarily taught by other channels. Because we are here to help raise literacy of EVE Online, which means not just introducing people to how cool EVE Online is, but also teaching people to understand EVE Online. I'm not here to give you a fit. I'm here to teach you how to fit. I'm not here to tell you exactly how to run a site. I'm here to teach you how to fly better. That's what we're here to do, okay? So the winter event starts in 2 days. Be ready for it. I will be there, and tomorrow is Wednesday, so chances are I will not be streaming. So then on Thursday for the new event, I will be here to show it off. But until then, I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming to stream. Thank you for checking it out on the YouTubes. I do want to give special thanks to the people that aren't here. Hold on. I do want to thank all of my supporters, in particular, my co-designers of Abyssus. Spoons' wife, who still hasn't taught me how to pronounce her name, Eridanika the Queen, Black Rose Noble, Dejat Lamont, Drake, Golden Age Stories, J. Kuhn, Malak Starfire, Midnight Space Monkey, Not Just Fun, Seeds of Plenty, Serenlin with No Eyes, Ciliana Velesh, Nephilim Grendel, and Zulnex, as well as my Immortal Tier supporters, Ebolit and Rid. Thank you guys. Make sure to check out Golden Age Stories, by the way. If you like this sort of content, the Faction Warfare stuff, he does Galente Faction Warfare stuff all the time. So just remember, guys, glorification of the fit, mortification of the unfit. EVE Online is just a series of challenges and puzzles for you to solve. Getting mad doesn't fix anything. So, until next time, I have been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city